Розпочинаємо митну платформу 2026.
Let us start Customs Platform 2026. Dear guests, good afternoon, dear participants, dear colleagues, those who are in Kiev here, who are present offline. We are in a shelter. That's why if there is an air raid alert, we can stay here. And the second important announcement, we have simultaneous interpretation into English. So if you need, please take your headphones to be able to hear the interpretation into English, into Ukrainian. Those guests who have joined us online today, please find this well-known Zoom icon. Please click on it and select the channel. And to open today's meeting, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Sergei Marchenko, the Minister of Finance of Ukraine. Good afternoon, dear guests, dear participants of the conference. It is a very important event. It is not that so often that we meet to discuss customs issues, but we can do this today. We have key stakeholders here, the changes in the customs legislation to bring our legislation in closer to the EU acquis. We have key stakeholders here today. We do understand what we have already done, what we still have to do, what are our tasks. In the nearest future, we are planning to present the new customs code and to take other steps to speed up our accession to the EU and our alignment with the EU acquis. Our today's discussion will help us to synchronize our positions, to discuss our challenges and the next steps. I would like to thank the representatives of 9 committees, in particular Danilo Hetmantsov in the Verkhovna Rada, for supporting the reform and other activities. Would like to thank EU for PFM and other projects that help us to move these processes. And also the team of the Ministry of Finance that every day works to make us as ready as possible to the accession to the EU. And I believe that this conference is a very important event. And I hope that we will have some good time here, that we will be able to discuss some difficult issues related to the customs affairs. Thank you. Thank you, Sergei. I am Vladislav Suvorov, the Deputy Head of the State Customs Service, and would like to discuss the agenda. So we will have the first strategic session to discuss AEO and common transit and also NCTS. Then we will have a coffee break. And then we will have sessions precisely dedicated to AEO and NCTS. And today we will have the representatives of the companies who have experience of functioning with NCTS, with authorizations. We will have Q&A sessions today, and those guests who have joined us today through Zoom. So please leave your questions in the chat, and during a week, we will give you answers, in particular through our social media. Then we will have a lunch break, and hopefully we'll be able to start our lunch in a timely manner. And the next session will be dedicated to the discussion of our future, the steps.
Ключових українських та міжнародних експертів, які працюють.
We will have the key Ukrainian and European experts working on the new customs code. This session will be really very interesting, and hopefully you will be able to stay with us till the very end. This event is supported by the Ministry of Finance and EU for PFM, and now I would like to start the first strategic session The European integration is a guideline for customs reform, from harmonization of legislation to practical results. The customs plan for 2026 is dedicated to the practical implementation of European integration changes in the customs area of Ukraine. This is the functioning of AEO system and NCTS. Today, customs reform is one of the most important areas of Ukraine's preparation for access to the European Union. We will discuss it later in more details. The European Union is a customs union, and perhaps the customs area is the most important, but without the basics, the further European integration is impossible. And it is very important to meet all the standards.
Євроінтеграція у сфері митниці є багаторівневе завдання. Це і питання
In the European integration, we have a lot of tasks like harmonization of legislation, development of customs IT systems in accordance with the EU requirements, practical implementation of customs processes corresponding to the European ones, and of course, strengthening trust between the state and business and forming a modern customs administration. This is very important. That is why today's discussion combines the political, institutional, and practical dimensions of customs reform. Within the framework of this strategic session, we will discuss the role of customs reform in the process of Ukraine's accession to the EU, expectations of the European partners, and priorities for the development of the Ukrainian customs systems in the upcoming years. And now I would like to introduce our distinguished speakers. This is Matthias Pechka, Director for Customs, Directorate General for Taxation and Customs Union, DG Taxud. He is online with us today. Taras Kachka, Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration of Ukraine. Danila Hetmantsov, Chairman of the Committee of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine on Finance, Tax and Customs Policy. Sergei Marchenko, Minister of Finance of Ukraine. And Sergei Zvagentsov, Acting Head of the State Customs Service of Ukraine. So today, these speakers will ask me questions. Usually they ask me
my
questions,
first questions go
but...
to Mr. Pechka. And dear Mr. Pechka, are you with us?
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, Mr. Pechka. Very
Yes.
Yes, very nice to see you. Very nice to hear you. Dear Mr. Pechka, on our mind, we have excellent cooperation with DJ Taxud. We are 24/7 on contact, and we have very fruitful committee, customs subcommittees meetings recent years. And with this regards, I would like to ask, how do you evaluate progress of Ukraine customs and custom legislation recent years, and what your expectation of our future urgent steps to become closer to European Union?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Suvorov, dear Vladislav. It is a pleasure to be with you today. Thank you very much for the invitation to this conference. Dear Minister of Finance, distinguished ministers and directors, dear participants, I would like to start by thanking Mr. Suvorov for arranging this event and for inviting the European Commission to this important debate. We continually follow the progress made by the Ukrainian State Customs Service. We did so specifically and very intensely over the last month. But it's not just following in the sense of monitoring. It is engaging with your services to cooperate very closely. We have established almost daily contacts with the Customs Service and continue our assistance in drafting of customs legislation, improvements in IT systems, capacity building measures. In short, we stand with you, we stand with Ukraine. And obviously, despite our hopes and efforts over the last year and before the meeting takes again place in difficult circumstances due to the unjustified aggression by Russia. We have a response to this, which is solid cooperation between the EU and Ukraine, a cooperation which we want to become stronger every day. Let me say some words about the different panels. I have the program here in front of me. I see the first panel on AEO policy. In October last year, our representatives attended the EU-Ukraine Customs Subcommittee in Uzhhorod, Ukraine, and despite very fruitful results of the subcommittee, we could see the enormous challenges and at the same time also the important improvements at the Ukrainian border crossing points with Slovakia and Hungary. But let me just indicate one specific observation. We have noticed dedicated stands for AEO operators at the border crossing points. And that is actually a trade facilitation measure we recommend to all member states. And I know Mr. Suvorov is keen to improve the Ukrainian AEO program. Well, it must be with a lot of satisfaction that you see the installation of this dedicated infrastructure, which is setting a benchmark. Thank you very much for your personal commitment to the AEO program. The topic will be discussed in detail in a moment under a panel, and Taxud representatives will take part in this discussion. Let me say some brief words about the second one, on NCTS, transit. The title is NCTS as a Success Story, EU Transit Simplifications and Border Without Queues. I have nothing to add to that. Indeed, Ukraine is a good example of success in accession to the Common Transit Convention and the NCTS system. About 250 movements daily confirm the success story every day. So, congratulations, customs colleagues. During the panel, you will discuss some challenges, including implementation of the next phases of NCTS, closing of movements at border crossing points instead of inland, etc. These challenges are common for Ukraine and all contracting parties, and we will overcome them together. We are happy that Moldova has joined the convention recently, and Ukraine offered its assistance. Smooth movement of goods in transit across borders is of high importance in times of continuous Russian attacks on Odessa, Danube river ports, and railway infrastructures. It is also crucial at crossroads like Reni, Giurgiulești, Galatz, border crossing points located very close to each other. Referring to this example, let me appreciate Ukraine's engagement in coordinated border control project in Reni. Customs legislation, another panel. And that is a crucial one. Integration of customs legislation with the EU is key for the EU enlargement in customs and the trade domain. Let me present my words of very high appreciation for your engagement and commitment to the enlargement process, despite the war. I believe you are about to send the draft of the new Ukrainian customs code to the parliament. The draft covers both the provisions based on the Union Customs Code and the duty relief regulation provisions. There are also other important components in the draft, for instance, the structure of the state customs service and its governance. The text has been consulted with both the Ukrainian business community and the European Commission services, and the EU experts assisted you in drafting. In result, the new code is one of the most comprehensive pieces of legislation in Ukraine, and we believe it is a big step towards full integration with the EU. Let me also congratulate you personally, Mr. Suvorov and Mr. Moskalenko, for your leadership in this process. The role of the experts of EU4 PFM is not to be forgotten. And let me thank Jurgita, Vitenis, Sarunas, and other colleagues from that team for your enormous work. We hope to have the new customs code adopted before the summer break. And yes, we know that this is a challenging timeline. However, we believe it is feasible. We can ensure, Mr. Hetmantsev, that EU experts stay available for consultations, assistance during the next step in the legislative process, and we are happy to cooperate closely with the Verkhovna Rada and the relevant commissions. You have mentioned very briefly also the customs reform as an important piece. Let me take this opportunity to mention similar process we have at the at the EU level compared to your internal work. In the coming weeks, we hope to conclude the trilogue negotiations with the European Parliament and the Council on the EU customs reform. It's actually supposed to happen in exactly 1 week. So we hope that this turns out then as planned. We appreciate that Ukrainian customs follows the advancements on our side. We will very soon, as I just said, have a stable legislative situation on the EU side, and obviously this is an important step for you to follow in updating your legislation when the time has come. We will arrange technical consultations and explanatory sessions once our customs reform package is adopted. A last point on extremely critical elements, IT infrastructure and IT systems. Despite the topics listed for today's customs platform meeting, this is something which is always critical, always important. Our customs work requires digitalization, and the new digitization strategy will ensure good governance methods according to project management standards, clear timeline and division of tasks between the ministry, customs, and other stakeholders. We know that the updated IT strategy is ready for approval. Ready, but not approved yet. And we encourage you to take required internal decisions soon and to proceed to the implementation phase. The full implementation of the new Ukrainian customs code will not take place without improvements in IT systems. And moreover, these improvements are going to be crucial for your further steps on integrating with the EU IT systems. And last year, Taxud provided the list of IT systems required for interoperability with the EU digital environment, together with additional recommendations, and that is still valid. To conclude, dear participants, I'm sure today's debate will bring important inputs and advance Ukrainian customs towards the EU. And I would like to thank you again for the invitation to this conference and hand over back to the moderator. Thank you very much for having invited the European Commission to your event.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. Pechka. Thank you for your kind words, and we fully understand, I must assure you, about our home exercise that we need to do with IT system, with the legislation, and I'm absolutely sure that our team can solve this all challenges. And I would like to ask one question. Frankly speaking, I know the answer, but I want everyone to hear it. If there are any possibility to postpone any custom provision from Union Custom Code on period after Ukraine accession to European Union? Just short question.
Sorry, again, please.
Is there any possibility to postpone any customs provision from Union Custom Code on period after Ukraine accession to European Union?
You're speaking about your customs code? I mean, or our new customs code, sorry.
Your Union Custom Code.
Well, we are now putting our new customs code in place, and we have a customs code in place. So we are for sure working on the full implementation on your side. And as I said, we will, in the light of the work which is now going to be finished with the implementation of the new code, have certainly a year or so ahead of us, where we wait for the relative, how should I say, administrative steps to be undertaken. We will, as soon as we have adopted the legislative package, as I said, we hopefully do this next week, we will have a certain administrative delay, which is due to the need for legal checks, translation into the various official languages. As usual, this is always a moment which takes time, and we will then essentially have a situation where we hope that before the end of the year, if all this work is undertaken quicker, then maybe even by the summer break, have a situation where this new customs code can come into effect, and we will then start to plan in the coming months leading to this transitional phase. So with regard to the new code, we are planning with our key partners, with our key international partners, dedicated sessions, as I said, in order to present the reform text, the new elements of the reform, and obviously also in detail what is changing in terms of provisions which are relevant, especially for the third countries. Now, in your situation, as you are preparing for enlargement, this is a particular challenge, because we will, with you, work extremely closely in this process. We need to make sure that your border protection service, which is very soon after enlargement going to be our border protection service, is fully up to speed and fully integrated into this EU system. And that's going to be something where we will have to closely work with you, much more than with other countries which are not envisaging to join the EU, and which will bring us even closer together in a almost daily cooperation relationship.
Thank you, dear Mr. Pechka, for your valuable participation on our Customs Platform 2026. And it was a great honor to hear you for us. And I hope the level of cooperation between Ukraine and institution and DJ Taksud will only increase in future. Thank you so much. І, шановні присутні, ми б могли б ще довго дискутувати, якою мала бути програма AEO.
Dear participants, in fact, we might still talk about the convention unless Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine in 2019 did not pass the necessary legislation. Of course, some other pieces of legislation were adopted in 2022 and 2023. Therefore, currently we can observe the real practice of AEO and NCTS. With that, I would like to hand it over to Mr. Danilo Getmantsev, the chairman of the respective committee, which is in charge of all issues related to NCTS. Thank you. Over to you. Thank you. Glory to Ukraine. So, look, in fact, our committee is in charge of several tracks within the public finance area. Frankly speaking, European integration in the area of customs is the most developed area. We are very grateful to the Minister of Finance for their professionalism. We are grateful to our colleagues from MPs who reject the political agenda in this case. And we successfully develop the necessary laws. We have already adopted 11 European integration laws. Some of them have been pretty comprehensive. And as a result, there is just one step left, namely adoption of the customs code. Finally, after that step, our legislation will be fully aligned with the EU acquis. In some instances, we would like to see our colleagues from the Ministry of Finance to work a little bit faster, with all respect, because we know that sometimes the laws are not implemented as fast as we dread them. But we are trying to find the balance between different interests within the society, interests of business, interests of consumers, interests of the state and our partners, of course. So we are trying to strike this balance with due consideration of sometimes controversial issues. Thank you very much for this cooperation. Thank you, dear experts. Thank you, dear representatives of business and the Ministry of Finance. It seems that together we have achieved a significant progress. Today's statistics of authorized economic operators are very convincing. We see that AEO are in full operation, and this concept proved to be very successful. At some point of time, we faced certain resistance when we phased out of the simplified procedures and so on. But now, I think that we are pretty successful. And let me also bring it to your attention that we've got the electronic waiting list or electronic line for the AO. But you know, it's disrespectful for business. It's disrespectful for authorized economic operators. It was really difficult to get the status, but still they have to be on this waiting list. The Cabinet of Ministers has to address this issue, and in particular, the Ministry of the Community Development has to make amendments to the respective regulations. The AO have to be somehow privileged in terms of the electronic waiting list. It seems that the AO status does not provide any benefits, and I have also already made 3 applications to the ministry, but there is still no answer. 3 years, for long years, we have been waiting, and I think that somehow the problem should be resolved. The Committee of the European Integration is a very active, successful. I wish everyone else is as proactive as the committee is. Otherwise, we will have to be ashamed of our procrastination. Thank you, Danilo. Thank you for your reasonable observations. In fact, we at the Customs Service regularly discuss the issue of additional benefits for companies granted AEO status. However, there are some problems which we personally cannot address, and that's why there are still questions for the Ministry of Community Development. Traditionally, when the European Commission endorses the enlargement report, it describes the progress of the candidate countries. And according to the report, the European Commission expects the new customs code from Ukraine this year. So it's been already announced that the draft customs code will be submitted to the Verkhovna Rada in mid-April. So what are your expectations? Do you believe that it can be adopted at least in the first reading? What is the timeline, and is it possible to face any complications? Well, actually, when I said that some institutions should work faster, I basically implied this customs code. We know how much time it took to draft it. But of course, it's difficult to predict when it will be adopted. It's not like buying a ticket for a flight. The code is huge. It's comprised of 832 articles. It's over 500 pages of text. So it's a very huge document. We have an experience working with such documents. But, you know, our main function is to strike the balance. Definitely, we will initiate a public discussion. But given the size of this document, it won't be easy. And there are also some risks enshrined in this document. First, the non-taxable minimum. We don't have this opportunity to approve the amount of non-taxable minimum. So this question will be deferred. So immediately I can tell you that if this element remains within the code, it won't be endorsed, it won't be adopted in the first reading. So I would recommend to remove it. And next topic is the investigative powers of the customs service. So it is possible to discuss this factor. If you appoint a head of the customs service, if you recruit new staff, it will be possible, I think. But with the current status quo, I think this issue still remains controversial. It's not that critical. It will be discussed, and it's not the first question we have to address. We are still waiting for the reactions from business. However, the discussion in the society has not yet commenced. Maybe the best business is still not realizing the fact that the customs code is upcoming. They have been waiting for 2 years, so they perhaps believe that it will take another 2 years to adopt it. But as soon as it is registered with the parliament, I would like the Ministry of Finance to initiate the process as soon as possible. So the sooner it is registered, the sooner it will be adopted, or at least it is the higher the likelihood is that it will be adopted. Yeah, business has to be more serious about the intentions of the authorities, because the authorities are pushing towards European integration. And another question, what challenges has your committee faced with during when working with the legislation aimed at European integration? Well, as soon as we adopt the European legislation, we have to cancel some of our procedures, and usually this provokes some tension and resistance from the business, because business is not ready for radical, drastic changes. We, of course, have to deal with those issues. And in the tax area, the resistance is usually very high, and the same as the case with the customs area. Definitely there will be new terminology and new procedures, and it is important to understand those procedures. And in order to understand those procedures, the companies have to be adapted, well adapted. We should provide a clear description and a clear explanation of those procedures. So this is a barrier, this is a serious challenge.
Ми маємо адаптувати також і практику Європейського суду справедливості.
We should also
На неї і подекуди
take into consideration
знаходимо такі прецеденти.
the practice of the European Court of Justice. And sometimes we find different precedents that provide more information about different provisions, and we also should adopt this. But of course, the main challenge is the war and uncertainty. We have a lot of provisions because of the war. These are some privileges, simplified procedures for defense area, so we will not cancel it by the end of the war, and we don't know when the war is over. That's what we don't know when we can cancel this. And of course, this also generates additional challenges. But if there is a political will, if there is a readiness, we can see from our practice that all these challenges we can overcome. Thank you. Thank you very much for this answer, and I would like to make one more example. And we have representatives of different authorities who are well aware of this, but the business circles are not aware of this, and this is the great illustration of the political will, which Mr. Gitmansov mentioned today, and it is directly related to the third session dedicated to NCTS in particular. So the convention is not that open, so we need invitation to be included there, and we got the invitation by the end of August 2022 during the full-scale invasion, and our European partners expected from us that by the end of August, back then, we'll be able to ratify this convention, to send all the documents to become the members of the convention from the 1st October. It was of great political and practical significance. And so our team had a lot of meetings with customs administration, in particular with the Poland, who refused to take our declarations because they were not aware about the convention. So the 30th of August, that was on Monday, And at 12 p.m., I was rather relaxed because I saw that the draft document was ratified with the Verkhovna Rada. And the miracle happened because these draft laws were submitted to the Verkhovna Rada in one day. Everything was considered by the Line Committee. It was voted for, it was signed for the head of the Verkhovna Rada. It was submitted to the president, and the president signed the document by the end of the day. So, and actually we had one more day for this ratification certificate. It was even more difficult. But unfortunately, we cannot expect something like this now. Just, Danila, I'd like to say that would like to wish actually all of us to adopt all the Euro integration laws as fast as possible. Thank you very much. And here we need to understand that the implementation of the laws adopted by the Verkhovna Rada is impossible without bylaws. To implement AEO and NCTS, we had to develop a lot of regulatory acts, and of course, the amount of pages was like more than several hundred. And the key party developing the customs policy, developing the regulations at the Ministry of Finance, and the State Customs Service helps here a bit. But now I would like to give floor to Mr. Sergei Marchok. Please cover the key achievements of the AEO and NCTS programs, and please share with us your future plans for the development of these programs. Thank you. First of all, I would like to continue the discussion and our cooperation with the legislative branch. And this cooperation, as I see it, is very fruitful. Sometimes there are some misunderstandings, some discussions, which is normal, but we are always able to define the common vision. So, as for the customs code, we continue our work. We've had only 63 meetings. We are planning to have 100 more meetings just to give answers to all the questions of the business representatives, of other market stakeholders, to discuss everything within the parliament, to avoid any possible challenges. Because sometimes they say that we didn't listen to the business community. And in this case, hopefully it will be different, and we hope for a fruitful discussion within the parliament. And we can see that the parliament has a lot of tasks now, because there are a lot of other important draft laws they should adopt. And I think that we need just to fulfill our basic tasks, and then we can discuss some systematic elements like the customs code. But I know that you support us in all our commitments that we are trying to actively meet, in particular as a part of our Euro integration paths and as the part of the commitments with the International Monetary Fund. So we have clear, transparent plans. So, of course, we understand our responsibilities, but this is a rather difficult discussion, rather difficult dialogue. But we are ready to this. Not always we're able to achieve results, but you know that during the process you can achieve other important results. And I think that this is the way we've chosen. As for our progress, you know, customs policy and customs affairs are rather unique issues. And so those people who have a proper understanding of what should be done are there. And maybe it is not that well known as tax policy, but it is still as important. And we can say that our European partners, and when we assess the level of harmonization, we could note here a rather good level of preparation, and this is not our assessment. This is the assessment of the European Commission within Chapter 29, Customs Union. So the readiness of Ukraine was highly assessed by the European Commission. When it comes about the tasks completed, 96% of activities that we had planned were already fulfilled. Coming back to the topic of our today's conference, the AEOs, and so the whole story related to this, and I do remember when we issued license and certificate to the first AEO, that was a huge event, but now we have already 117 companies who've received this status. Only 5 operators have already received AEO-S certificate. And of course, Danila, I can agree with you here about the cooperation with other ministries. It can't be like this, and that if we adopt some simplified procedure, and there are still some burdens related to the queue, it shouldn't be like this. We should solve this issue within the government, and at least I've got one task as a result of this conference.
Того, що які в нас є про конвенцію про процедуру спільного транзиту.
As for a common transit convention,
Формулу 280 тисяч декларацій.
more than 200,000
Щомісячно оформлюється майже 15
declarations have already been
У 24-му році Україна
completed, and in 2024, Ukraine started using the main version of NCTS Phase 5. So we can see here rather active implementation. This means that we have teams, we have people who are interested in completing these tasks. And I'm sincerely thankful that this is not only the work of the government, the customs service, the legislative bodies, but also the business community that actively cooperates with us and shares their recommendation for us to constantly improve these processes. And I'd like to say that for the future, we really have this task to adopt the new customs code.
законодавча задача це
And this is not only the legislative task, but this is the technical implementation of everything which is needed. We're now actively discussing the enhancement of our capacity, in particular IT capacity, the capacity of the Ministry of Finance, the bodies under the umbrella of the Ministry of Finance.
інтегруватися.
This is important for the time when we will be ready to integrate, and the customs service and customs administration will be the first here, and we need to be ready to do this. This is a difficult process because there are a lot of systems that are present in our country.
Скажімо, не зовсім відповідають тим засадам.
They are operative, but they are not fully in line with the EU standards. So for us now, it is one of the challenges, but we're actively working here. I'd also like to say
Зупиняємося лише
that we are not going to stop within the range of issues that we are discussing today. We are not limited by these issues. So, for example, there is a quite interesting story about the tax threshold for small parcels. It is a very important question. It is our focus and the focus of our partners because of several issues.
наше досить проблемне сальдо платіжного балансу.
So this is a problematic saldo of our payment balance, and we need actually to solve this, and we need to make difficult decisions. And also, this is the issue of tax fairness. And the third issue, this is the misuse of small parcels to avoid tax payments. That's why we hope here for the constructive cooperation with the business, with the parliament. We know that there is support there, the mechanism that have already been offered by the team of the Ministry of Finance.
Покупки товару є
When it comes for taxation, at the moment of purchase is also supported by the business, but here we need to make decisions not only at the legislative level, but also there is a difficult task of practical implementation. And I hope that business and all interested associations and the parties related to customs activities will support us.
Дійсно, митна політика
From my end, I'd like to say that, of course, the customs policy is one of the main policies of the Ministry of Finance, but taken into consideration
що ми вибрали вектор бути країною-членом Європейського Союзу,
our choice of becoming the EU member states,
система
and taking into account that customs system is a key element of the whole integration,
це як базовий пріоритет.
then we need to define it as our basic priority. Thank you very much, and I hope for a fruitful cooperation.
Я від себе безперечно підтверджую
From my end,
підтримку щодо питання.
I'd like to say that for fully declare our support in the cancellation of any benefits related to the parcels. This is the requirement of our business because here we lose significant volumes of the production. We lose actually the working places. We lose here to China and also to other foreign
Наш бізнес, тобто,
manufacturers, and we tax our business. I cannot
проти цього рішення
find
популізму.
any
І так, на жаль, розкрив
argument to support, to be against this
але
decision, only like populistic decisions, apart from populistic decisions, but we will do everything possible just to achieve results here in the USA. There was the biggest threshold around $800, but they now have brought it to zero. What are the main stages of the harmonization of the of the Ukrainian legislation with the EU acquis? What we should expect here?
По суті, ми про це вже проговорили. Базовий
Actually, we've discussed it already. So the basic legislative act is the new customs code. And in the nearest future, we are going to finalize the document.
є рішення уряду щодо
So the government will make
парламенту.
the decisions needed to submit it
Багато
to the Verkhovna Rada, to the parliament.
є слушання
We have a lot of meetings. There are some really
етапом. Це
important remarks and comments. We will work on them. The next stage is to develop the regulatory base for the new customs code. This is a difficult process. There are around 832 articles in the code. So we need to develop
акт розроблений
a regulatory framework, bylaws for every article. The government shall develop this to form the needed procedures and policies to be implemented.
це
And
спроможність
one more important issue, I have already mentioned it today, this is the development of the capacity within the Ministry of Finance, with the Customs Service,
виконувати взяті на себе
for us to be able to
закони в нас якісні,
fulfill our commitments.
а практики за
Sometimes we have situations when we have high-quality laws in line with the EU requirements, but we still have some issues with the practical implementation. We still have a room for improvement here, and we would like to thank our partners launching different types of projects that help us to develop our internal capacities for the future. And
формування IT складової
IT systems, IT element, and I've already mentioned this today, this will be a new challenge for all of us, because this means that
загортаємо чинну сторінку і будемо працювати по зовсім інших
we need
правилах.
to use completely different rules, new rules,
Це серйозно.
that will also require a lot of efforts.
Тобто це навіть уже не бюрократична справа, це
And this is not about bureaucracy anymore.
більш технічних фахівців, які
This is about involvement
робити
of
it системи митниці.
proper experts who will be able to develop the new IT systems for the customs administration. I would like to sincerely thank the Ministry of Finance of Ukraine for the leading role in the Euro integration process. By us, I mean the State Customs Service and all our partners. And we together do everything possible to expedite this work. Thank you very much, dear Minister.
Тепер ми переходимо, мабуть, до
And
найбільш
now
складнішої частини,
we're
кажу, не як посадова особа в митниці, а
getting to the most difficult part. And here I say this not as the representative of customs administration, but a person involved in the implementation of different projects. So when everything is great on paper, but we need to implement this somehow.
скажіть, будь ласка,
Mr. Zvagintsev,
технічні результати державного
tell us, please,
України
what
впроваджені програми AEO
practical results
використовують сьогодні систему спільного транзиту.
you can note with the introduction of AEO program, which is used by the operators, and what is the further steps for the development of these institution. Good afternoon.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues.
Дуже приємно бачити таку широку аудиторію.
I'm happy to see so many participants today, and I'm happy to see the interest of our business community. To be honest, I want to say that everything is great in our service, but I can also say that it is not that bad.
Завдяки якраз спільній роботі нашої
Thanks to our joint efforts of the Ministry of Finance, of the State Customs Service, our MPs,
оцінки з боку наших європейських колег,
we were assessed by our European Commission, the IMF,
організації
and WCO that define
International
the
organizations
key progress in the
have
alignment
commented
of
our
our legislation
progress
and
in terms
also
of,
the implementation of the new approaches in the customs area. We were rather highly assessed, so like the first ranks, and especially when it comes to the customs area.
відверто скажу, для мене саме головне це оцінка бізнесу.
The most important factor for me is business's response. The question is whether business is ready to implement new procedures. I'm sorry.
Це є якраз тим віддзеркаленням,
So the business's response basically reflects our efforts, our results. You know, I'm recalling now the school tests,
були різні, біг на дальню дистанцію.
and we had to run a certain distance. You know, some of my schoolmates managed to run the entire distance. Some of them stopped in the middle, and some reached the finish line, but with the rapid pulse and all other problems. So we do not want to look like that. We do not want to be exhausted and overwhelmed. There were certain situations, difficult situations. In 2019, the first law on the AO was adopted. The next iteration was adopted in 2021 and then in 2023. And it was just the beginning. And now we have for about 117 companies which have been granted the status of AO, and there are other companies that are interested in this scheme. We would like business to be ready for the European Union. We would like our business to be competitive and skillful in terms of using those mechanisms.
Новими цими підходами.
We hope that business will learn how to use those new approaches to the customs clearance. And what are the advantages, in our opinion? What are the advantages of NCTS and the AEO program?
Цивілізованих економічних операторів є вже визначені прямі переваги.
AOs are already aware of their advantages and benefits. For instance, they enjoy some privileges, and they are prioritized in terms of clearance, and they have to be number one on the waiting list, and so on. And in April, hopefully, we will have the priority line, fast track line for AEO, for those who have registered with NCTS. And what else?
Для підприємств, які мають
The
певний
companies
довіри з боку
that enjoy some level of trust from the authorities can also enjoy less control over their operations. We have already launched the automated risk analysis system, and we have reduced the selectivity of this system to receive less signals regarding those companies, those trustworthy companies. And last year, we implemented the automated clearance for AOs. And this is the automated clearance for export declarations. As of now, over 60% of the declarations, export declarations, can be filled out in the automated mode. So there is no manual element. And last year also we have launched the automated clearance for imported goods. It's the trial operation at the moment. We are testing this system, and hopefully it will be successful, because thus we will simplify the operations for our companies and reduce the time for the clearance.
тим, щоб долучитись до цих ініціатив.
Some colleagues,
Маю до бізнес,
some colleagues from business, some companies are still considering the opportunities provided by AEO. There are also some indirect benefits, I would say. By joining, you get the opportunity to improve some of your internal matters, like control and security. You can, so to say, conduct a self-assessment, and this is very important for the business. During the next session, the colleagues who already have AO status will share their impressions. They will tell you about the benefits they are enjoying since they have been granted the status. As for the state, I would say frankly that those mechanisms give us an opportunity to focus more on the risk operations, those operations that require more scrutiny. And
звертати увагу, звичайно, зменшувати
this doesn't mean, of course, that we have to disregard or ignore other companies, but basically the
досягати своїх
trustworthy companies will enjoy more simplifications and less control. This is a good opportunity for them to expand, to get more space, so to say, and more freedom of will. And by the way, Sergey has already provided some statistics on
механізм
the use of mechanisms
50 тисяч декларацій було оформлено в цілому за весь час провадження, але
of
40 тисяч половин
over 280,000 declarations were completed altogether, but the half of this amount, 140,000, were completed in the automated mode. So this means that the service is gaining on popularity. So please join our
Дякую, пане
services.
Сергію.
Thank you, Sergey. And on my own behalf, I would like to
Я ще не повернувся до митниці.
also share a reminiscence.
Тільки за року.
As I worked in a company before I got to the custom service,
Рік, і я прийшов до нашого ЦЕО.
was 2019. I approached once our CEO of the company I worked in, and I approached him with a
Провести
um,
скринінг.
big
Взагалі ми можемо
proposal, 20-page proposal
потім ще
regarding this screening, which we had to complete before we could apply for the AEO status. And then there were also 40 pages of potential improvements. And he just ignored this document, said it's too much work and we don't need it at all.
операторами, які
And now, when I meet the AOs who are willing to get some certificates from us, I always commend CEOs and the other companies' representatives on their leadership. They also enjoy now some benefits. They have no issues with the customs legislation. They have improved the policies of warehouse management, for instance, and so on. So they really have some achievements to be proud of. So I'm urging you to join the program AOB as soon as possible. There are just 5 operators that are currently participating in the program, but we need 10 of them before we start negotiations with the EU on a mutual recognition. In a couple of years, the status will be recognized by the EU. So, using this opportunity, I would like to urge you to join the AOB program. And I have a question for Mr. Sergey. What is currently the way to assess the conformity, and what transparency is this process characterized by?
Колеги, з самого початку, коли
Oh, colleagues,
ми
let's start
те, що
from the very beginning.
бізнес неохоче використовує ці
And,
інструментарії,
initially, we noticed that business was reluctant to employ new tools, and our task was to provide necessary explanations. And this guidance and the support is still provided to mainstream the mechanisms.
стосується як і
And this support is provided for the AO program and for
процедури спільного транзиту,
NCTS.
для того, щоб сфокусувати саме увагу на цих
It is
напрямах,
really necessary to focus on those 2 areas. To that end, we set up 2 dedicated departments.
зосереджую свою увагу виключно на
Those departments provide administrative services solely to the authorized economic operators. Thus, we try to
тим інструментаріям, які на сьогодні
focus on the tools that at the moment are demanded by the companies. So briefly, that's it. Regarding the nearest future, you have rightly said that the AOC companies are welcome to participate in the AOB program. As a result, we will start the respective negotiations with our European partners. In the short-term prospect, we are awaiting the transition to the NCTS 6 phase. And at the moment, we are negotiating with the brokers community. They have to understand the changes and they have to be ready for the use of this tool. And definitely, we are going to continue working on
Підприємства вже сьогодні мають спрощення авторизації.
for the simplification for authorizations. And there are nearly 1,100 of those authorizations at the moment, and the number of applications is growing. So thank you, business, thank you, companies, for joining in. And I would like also to make an observation on the customs code. Indeed, it's a huge job. Today we have already mentioned the schedule. It's of course always difficult to draft a document, but as soon as the document is ready, it's easy and fast to make necessary amendments. And the Ministry of
Так і з боку
Finance is ready to cooperate with the parliament and with the business. Hopefully, those efforts will be highly
Щиро
appreciated
подякувати
by
вам,
both.
пане Сергій, та вашій команді за
Thank you, Sergey.
ангажоване ставлення до впровадження
Thank
програми
you,
АІО та
um,
системи спільного
the
транзиту
team,
в
for
Україні.
your
Особливе ставлення це зворотній зв'язок
active
бізнесу.
participation in the implementation of AEO program. This is not my personal opinion. This is the assessment. This is from our international partners. Hopefully, the institution of AEO
Тараса Качки,
will
але я все ж хотів
be successful in future. And we're still waiting for our next speaker, Mr. Taras Kachka.
Ми якраз вже проговорили основний комплекс питань по розвитку програми
We
авторизованих
have
економічних операцій.
already discussed the main issues of AEO program
Системи в
and
Україні. І от якраз питання до вас.
NCTS.
Ви як
And
людина, яка
we
тримає
have the
компас
following
нашого
question
руху
for
до
you.
Європейського Союзу,
You
координує ключові
are heading
питання.
and
Ви бачите
coordinating the
картинку,
key
весь
negotiations
євроінтеграції,
with
і
Brussels.
питання до
You
вас,
know the entire picture of the European integration. So the question for you, as for the Vice Prime Minister, for European and Euro-Atlantic integration,
і на якому рахунку наших європейських
where
партнерів.
are we in terms of our accession process and what do we have to accomplish?
Протилежне, та, і це буде
Thank you.
дуже гарний приклад.
Fortunately, I failed to hear everyone before me, but hopefully I won't say anything against your opinions. If I say something to support you, this will be another proof of our alignment. So, first and foremost, 29th chapter, I came back to Ukraine just today at 9, and we already received the benchmarks, including the benchmarks for the customs service. We have the understanding of the fact that this is the most important chapter. But of course, the rule of law is of paramount importance. Nobody has any doubts regarding that. But the next question in terms of importance is the topic of customs and the free movement of goods. Unless we implement 29th chapter, our EU integration will make no sense, because otherwise we will be still living behind the borders. And in terms of our progress, we received a very good comments in the enlargement report. We are highly integrated according to the evaluation. It's a paradox, basically. We have so many criticisms regarding the customs service. And finally, we see in the report that the integration is on a high level. AOE and NCTS are a bridge towards the practical integration with the EU. Those are tools that are really trustworthy. The European Union trust our trust individual decisions of our customs service, and uh, uh, those tools help the companies to um, fine-tune their internal processes so that it is easier for them to operate within the European Union. So from this point of view, these tools are also incredibly significant. And I think that now everyone is waiting for this present for the Parliament, for the Верховна Rada, in form of the new customs code. If I'm not mistaken, it will be the fifth or the seventh draft of the customs code, but this one finally will be fully aligned with the UCC. And as far as I remember, the first iteration of the customs code was submitted to the Верховна Rada in 2011 and 22 or 2012, and at that time there were three columns on the comparative table. We compared our customs code with European code and with Russian code. At this time, we have the comparison just with the European legislation. So who knows what happens to the rule of law, but I'm absolutely sure that we'll be fully aligned in terms of the customs legislation. Thank you.
Дякую, пане Тарасу. До речі, гарний приклад про порівняльну таблицю з
Thank you,
Росією.
Mr. Kachka. That is a great example of the concordant table with the UCC and Russian customs code. AEO and NCTS are two programs that take us from the philosophy of the Soviet mindset, from the total control over the goods, to the European approach of the monitoring of the activities in the companies. Because this is important, because all the operations and activities related to excessive goods will be taken into consideration in the company's records. So this is how it helps us to step back from the Soviet system. And Taras, I have more questions from you. What are strategic priorities which are defined by the government? If it's possible, top three such priorities. And we actually have three of them. This is customs code. So this is our first task. The second question, this is the institution, the customs service. So the competition is ongoing. The head of the customs service, and this is great that we have the possibility to wait for it. Thanks to the deputy head of to the acting head of the customs service. So this is an institutional issue, and institutional issues will be the most important for all areas, not only for the customs administration. Just not to make impression that there is some special requirement only to the customs administration. Actually, we should expect institutional enhancement and development of all areas of governance. And the third priority is streamlining of all the tools. So this is like this technical connection. And here I would like to mention once again AEO and CTS. So these are the tools that connect to all these customs elements. Because upon accession to the EU, we must ensure that the customs administration is fully aligned with the EU rules, with the UCC, and we should also ensure all those technical mechanisms, the forms of the declarations, etc. So to make us fully interoperable with all these, with this network, and that the EU EU member states can fully trust
рухатися. Я
Ukraine
дякую вам,
in
пане
this
Тарасе. Хочу запевнити
network.
вас, що
So it
так,
is
дев'ятий
clear.
розділ знаходиться
We
в
would
постійному
like, I would like to assure you that
фінансів.
Chapter 29 is the focus of the State Customs Service and the Ministry of Finance.
Тут дійсно митна сфера постійно перебувала серед
And
лідерів та
over the last 3 years, the customs area was among leaders when it comes to the assessment. And I'd like to assure you that we won't let you down, neither either you or the state. I would like to conclude that the European Union is a customs union. That's why customs activities is the basic element for further integration into the EU. The main tools that we have to achieve this is the new customs code. Then during the fourth panel today, we will discuss in more details this issue, as well as IT issues and the capacity.
Інститут AEO та NCTS
AEO and
розвивається.
NCTS
Чітка законодавча база.
are developing. We have clear legislative framework,
Я думаю, непогані результати.
the regulatory acts, and we have rather good results when it comes to
економічного оператора.
the number of AOs that we have in Ukraine, simplifications that substituted the old approach of the declarations. So the amount of declarations
Спочатку застосування цієї системи.
increased in 2 times, comparing the launch of the system. And now I would like to invite everyone to a coffee break. And after the coffee break, we will continue with the companies who have already received an AO status. Thank you very much for your attention.
Доброго дня всім.
Good afternoon, everyone. So let's continue our customs platform, and the next panel is dedicated to AOs. We have invited speakers, and first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Rostislav Rudnik. I am director of the Department of Authorization of the State Customs Service. And just a few words as an introduction, so there could be some repetitions after the first panel, but I would like to note the progress of the AO program since it was launched. So it was first introduced in 2020, and then there was Big Bang in 2023. We have 117 active AOs at the moment, including 5 that have AOS certificate. And I think that you will agree with me when I say that an AO is not just about some status. This is about the partnership between businesses and the state. So this is our trust to compliant companies for them to be more comfortable in their work. And this is an example of the best practices of the EU and the part of our EU integration. I'm not going to list all the simplifications. There was the number about automatized clearance, and that is around like 15% of from the general clearance, and AOS is very important. We have 5 active AOs and 3 are in progress. These are rather promising, and as soon as we reach the level of 10, we can move to the level of mutual agreements with the EU member states. And I'd like also to note that when it comes to the preparation to obtain an AO status, this is a chance for a company to have such a self-screening to understand whether their processes are in line with the EU requirements. Will it be easy for them or not? And this is also a chance to introduce some improvements at the facilities of the companies, because we have such a feedback that during preparation, our companies can see a lot of gaps that were rectified and that improved the activities of our companies. So the Q&A session will be after the panel, closer to the end. And as for online questions, please leave them in our chat. We will collect them and you will get answers later on.
Далі я б хотів перейти до вже предметно
And
компанії,
now I will like to
до наших спікерів і попрошу
get to our companies, our
пані
speakers.
Замлер Україна.
We have, for example, a company Zambler Ukraina, Yulia Klopotyuk, which is a logistics operator. So this is the part of Zambler Group providing different transportation services, storage services. This company is representative in several states. The company has received AOS certificate. And for logistics companies, of course, this is a chance to increase their level of their competitiveness and transparency. And Yulia, just a few words about your company. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Good afternoon, dear partners. Perhaps you've heard about our company because we are a Ukrainian operator providing the full spectrum, the full range of logistics services, starting from the road transportation, sea transport, air transport, customs broker services, and storage services. Our company is presented in 3 countries: Ukraine, Poland, Kazakhstan, and China. Nowadays, we are actively developing, we're opening new areas of our activities. 470 employees are from Ukraine, and generally for all our branches, this is around 3,500 persons. Every day, Zamler Ukraine opens new activities, new areas. And for example, the latest one, this is the authorization of a customs representative and the launch of a broker cabinet. This is a rather interesting IT solution. We're implementing this. This helps our clients to monitor the status of their goods from the whole way. And we started our development since 27. As for AEO area, as soon as this institute was mentioned in Ukraine, as well as simplification and integration with the EU, we started actively monitoring this issue and getting ready to getting this status. In 2023, we had a general meeting of the company with all the representatives and the heads of the units, representatives of the storage area, customs area, and we discussed whether we needed this. And back then we understood that this will be a reputational leap for us, because most European EU companies that will select a contractor will look for this AEO criteria. In 2023, we started filling out self-assessment questionnaire. We involved all employees of our companies in this process. We developed new procedures, new policies, new rules to ensure better operation. And nowadays, we're sure that we're in line with all EU standards. We have assessed numerous times by our customs service. We also have internal audit for every month, every quarter. And generally, we can say that we move forward.
Чи статус АЕО
And I have a
впливає на
question.
взаємодію клієнтами?
Does AEO status affect your cooperation with your clients? Is it important for your clients, for your customers? Yes, generally, yes. When it comes to 2023, 2024, that question was not that popular. But when it comes to tenders in which we participated in 2024, 2025, one of the mandatory requirements, especially for EU companies, this is the certificate of AOC, AOS, and the selection depends on this status. And those companies who see that we have AOS certificate, they have less audits for us. So they confirm our safety and security, the protection of the documents, backup system. They say that we can get to the next stage. Thank you very much. And now I would like give floor to Ukrpol. We have Roman Patulyak with us. This is not just a manufacturer of polygraphic products and packaging. This is a very important link for hundreds of other manufacturers. And this company is not a carrier, but it was the first to receive AOS certificate. So your results are rather impressive. You have around 1,000 clearance the spot, and we can see the 27 decrease in the clearance time. Just a few words about company. Thank you.
Так, це вірно. Ми є виробничою компанією, яка виготовляє картонну і гнучку
Good
упаковку.
afternoon. Yes, you're right. We produce flexible and cardboard packaging. This packaging is, so to say, the face of goods. You see the packaging every time when you come to a supermarket or a convenience store. You see that the goods are always packaged. Our company has been active for 29 years, and since the very beginning of our operations, we've been involved in importing because not so many goods, not so much equipment and raw materials for our business are produced in Ukraine. That's why we had to import them. And at some point, we realized that we needed also exporting operations. So as of now, for nearly 10 years, we've been exporting our goods abroad. That's why we have a very long history of interaction with the customs service. And as soon as we learned that there was an opportunity to speed up this cooperation, this interaction, to make it more transparent, we immediately joined the program, and we received lots of support from the customs service, from the Lviv department, and from the central office in Kiev. And as you have rightly said, we managed to become the first company to receive AEO status. Oh, thank you very much. So the next question, what's the competitive advantage for you as an AEO? So we really have some advantages, and they have several dimensions. In terms of the strategic advantages, we enjoy more trust as an AEO company. For instance, when we negotiate with the potential companies, potential partners, they immediately perceive us as a reliable partner. So this status removes certain barriers in communication immediately. And the second factor is competitive advantage. Our economy develops very fast, and the companies also have to act very quickly. You know about prices, about price of equipment, price of raw materials. Everything costs as much as in the EU for us. But what is our competitive advantage under the circumstances? That's the speed or the promptness at all stages of manufacturing. That's why it's really valuable that the customs service provides us faster clearance. So we do not experience any logistic delays. That's why managed to speed up a shipment of our manufactured goods. So this is a big advantage for us. So what a European company completes within a month, we can complete within a couple of weeks. Thank you very much. Another interesting company, and its representative, Vasil Markevich. This is a global player, so to say. This is a manufacturing company And they have so far completed 6,000 declarations at the place of location. So over.
Модерне Експо це виробник і постачальник
Thank you very much. Modern Expo is a manufacturer of modern retailers, modern equipment for retailers.
міжнародна
At the moment, we are an international group of company which supplies goods to over 70 countries all across the globe. At the same time, we're a Ukrainian company. Our headquarters is located in Ukraine and in Lutsk in particular. At the moment, we employ over 2,300 highly qualified employees in the central headquarters. Altogether, we have nearly
розробляючи свої
30,000
процеси, ми сповідуємо
employees all across Europe and
ощадливого
Middle
виробництва і
East.
тому
We employ principles of
прискорення ланцюгів поставок управління
agility, and that's why we are interested in sticking to deadlines and speeding up the processes, the production processes. So we have to submit dozens of various types of declarations on a daily basis, and
нашої діяльності.
clearance is a critical part of our activity. That's why improvement of this very component is one of key prerequisites of our company's success. With better customs clearance, we can better forecast our operations and we can optimize our costs, and thus will become more lucrative, more attractive for our customers. Our company's motto is "Go Modern." I think that those two words correlate pretty well with the concept of AEO. Thank you. Thank you very much. Your performance is really impressive and it's a very interesting example. And now, next company, Epicenter K. And Ms. Julia is the representative of this company. Epicenter is one of the hugest retailers in Ukraine. It employs 38,000 employees. It's like a small township. And your company has been very successful in applying the simplified procedures. And your statistics are also very impressive. You have already managed to submit 3,000 simplified declarations, and the large portion was completed in an automated mode. And since the company is very huge, it's very important to have a smooth operations. So please let us know more about your success story. Yeah, good afternoon. Indeed, our company has had totally different formats. We started as a construction materials hypermarket. Now we have a network of entertainment facilities. We have also our own production. We supply equipment, and this means that we act in different capacities as an importer, as an exporter as well. And that's why we, of course, are highly interested in trustworthy relationship with the authorities and customs service in particular. Over our history, throughout our history, we've always tried to be transparent. We valued our transparency and our visibility. And as the war started, we made a radical decision. We decided to change the business model of the company. This transformation process entailed a reformatting of all other processes, including the IT processes. And of course, we had to audit the entire company. The company is huge indeed. You mentioned that 38,000 of employees. We had to explain the value of our new status to everyone. We wanted to prove that this was the choice in favor of transparency and good reputation. Thank you very much. Yeah, you have mentioned transformations and internal audits. So the question is as follows. Whether your companies were ready for this transition at the time of the self-assessment of the screening, and how much did it cost you in terms of resources? Well, of course, this status was not granted overnight. We had to, before that, we also had to comply with several international standards, and we knew very well that the standards were our Bible, and that we had also to complete all the procedures to get the compliance certificate. And then we started making ourselves ready for AEO status, and in the course of screening, we revealed some gaps, some issues, in particular in the area of warehouse management. And as a result of screening, we managed to eliminate all those gaps. Thank you. In fact, I believe we were pretty ready for this status. However, the self-screening helped us to improve our internal processes. At that time, we already had some IT system by which we coordinated all our processes, including logistics and accounting. But we reviewed all our processes from different points of view. We know that export-oriented strategies are important for the wholesale business, while the retail business is focusing on some other processes. And every person inside the chain should be aware of his or her responsibilities, should be clear of new changes. And that's why we all had to explain everything. We know that there is no limit for improvement. The companies may be changing from year to year, and the new tools appear, and we have to master them. Thank you. And now I have a question to Ms. Klopotyuk. Your company is AOE, AOEB, and does this status allow you to reduce the delivery time, reduce your costs, and speed up processing of cargo flows?
Насправді досить така цікава аналітика.
In
Напевно,
fact,
в першу чергу впливає не лише наявність статусу,
we have very interesting statistics. AEO, B, and C status altogether contribute to our success. We have started working actively with the use of our authorizations in 2026. So since January 2026, we have implemented new processes. As of now, we have completed over 100 declarations at the place of location and over 100 by means of NCTS. Thus, we can save time and money of our customers because they don't have to spend time going through the terminal. And we know that the cars often have to queue in front of the customs control zone. And this is the source of many risks. Sometimes the
Про оформлення за місцем знаходження автомобіль
um,
проїхав і фактично
the vehicles need more than 24 hours.
на склад і
But
відпустили.
in our situation, once
Якщо раніше у нас
our cargo arrives, it gets directly to the warehouse, and then the driver is free, so to say, after all loading and unloading operations. And then we also have another benefit. We can inspect the cargoes. The customers usually do not check whether the goods are loaded in accordance with the document, but we can do it. We can check everything, and we also have the right to report the discrepancies, and we have to report the goods which we have actually received. So this is a very big advantage. We save time, we save costs and efforts. That's why we are urging all our customers that use our warehouse to accomplish the clearance at the place of location. Thank you. Yeah, as far as I understand, this practice is one of the most interesting. And could you please compare the situation before and after you have introduced this type of clearance? Maybe there are some additional aspects we are not aware of. For our company, this simplification has become especially crucial because we can save time and we can predict the deliveries. We cannot, of course, influence the queues at the border, but at least we can anticipate when some goods will be delivered. And when we plan also the layout of our networks, we can be guided by this information. We save a lot of time, and these savings grow from month to month, because if time is saved, then money is saved as well. And every manufacturer, any exporter, any retailer would agree, because speed is what matters most for them. Okay, thank you. Maybe someone else? I would like to share as well. We are an exporting company, first of all, and we use the release at the place of location procedure. And the goods are sealed also at the same time. Thus, we save a lot of time for clearance. In fact, we can save from several hours to 24 hours, because the vehicles don't have to go to the customs terminal, and we do not waste time. We just load the goods, fill out the documents, complete the clearance, and then the car goes. It's also about the money.
Чути? Автоматичне оформлення – це от останній рік.
Automotive clearance. Can you feel the results? Can you see a reduction of time? Yes. But if we compare this with other simplifications envisaged for AEOs, it is not that vivid, so to say, if we compare to other tools that AEOs can get. Yes, of course. So this automated declaring is there. So there is no human factor. So of course it is positive. I have one more question about simplifications related to guarantees, like guarantee waiver, etc. depending on what you use.
звичайну загальну гарантію з
So,
індивідуальними гарантіями.
just when it comes to individual guarantees and general guarantee, can you feel any improvement? I do understand it is difficult to just say some numbers at the moment, just generally.
Що стосується загальної гарантії, індивідуальних гарантій,
As for comprehensive and individual guarantees, we don't have it at the moment, but would like to get it. But if we compare indicators or shares that we have before comprehensive guarantee and after, the difference is 0.5%, because we have comprehensive guarantee and don't have individual guarantee. That's for every guarantee we just say 500 hryvnias. Thank you. Just this is a significant number. I have one more question, perhaps to all panelists. Let's imagine that someone asks you about AEO status. It could be like your friends, neighbors, other companies. What would you recommend them? What should they start with at first, and what should they do?
Очі б'ються, руки роблять.
So, sometimes we are afraid to do something, but we still do it.
Була, можливо, навіть і не команда,
But it is very important to have maybe not a whole team, but at least one person within a company
вона іменно
that could be focused precisely on this task.
отримання цього статусу.
So when it comes to our company, the preparation to AEO status, it took around 10 months.
Прописані бізнес-процеси.
And before that, we had clearly defined business process, we had clear rules and procedures, but
Людина, яка от просто от поставила собі за ціль,
it also took 10 months for us. That's why you need to have at least one person who would encourage all others to work. I'd like to add here, and I'm a personal responsible for customs issues, and this is a very important element for the companies who want to use simplifications or to get a status.
Запросити когось, щоб надали консультаційні послуги.
So you can invite some outward consultant to support you, to give advice, but without a person within a company just having a clear understanding of what is needed, what documents shall be submitted, what are the tasks and roles of other peoples, a person who could report about changes and who could be responsible for all the interactions. So it is very difficult because such a person, this is an intermediate between businesses and us as a service. A lot of companies actually understood all the benefits after they had received the status. We are a manufacturer, and for us, the reliability and the possibility to meet all the deadlines are very important. So when you need to dispatch your products on Friday, and of course, a customs procedure can take a lot of time. And for example, there could be some delay, and we cannot ship on Friday, but we ship on Monday. And for us, it's okay, but it is not okay for a customer, because if someone is shipped on Monday, then a customer will be able to receive it only on Wednesday. That's why this simplification with customs clearance, this is actually increase our reliability. As for my advice to other companies who'd like to receive such a status, I'd like to say that a company should be ready for quite deep assessment. We were the second to receive the status, and now we have 117 companies, and it is great that businesses now feel more trust into the state, and that we can see an increasing number of companies who'd like to work with these status. So this is about safety, this is about security, this is about predictability, and I would like to see more Ukrainian companies, regardless of whether they're exporters or importers, to get such a status. Just to be able to assess themselves, just to push up these difficult processes, to be able to hire qualified experts who know how to communicate with the state customs service, how to provide advice to their own colleagues within the company. So to learn more about legislation, to get the knowledge needed. Without these people, it is impossible to move on and to launch any process, even if when it comes about audit. So you need to demonstrate everything, how to work, how your company works. So as for my own experience, after we got authorization,
Тобто, з чого почати, що робити?
we received numerous questions about what should they start with, and so first of all, I'd like to recommend you just to say that first of all, you need to visit the website of the State Customs Service, because they have published enormous number of materials, their presentations, their additional articles, etc. Moreover,
Чи задивився семінари, які проводила Держмитслужба.
I've watched a lot of workshops organized by the State Customs Service, and I can see now the representatives of the service, and I remember all of you actually. And I still have some records of those webinars and workshops on the YouTube channel of the State Customs Service. This is your basis. This is the fundamentals you should start with. And then if you feel that your capacity, you can do this on your own. If you're afraid or if you want to save some time, you can hire a consultant, but you really need to have this self-assessment of the whole company, of all units. And my personal life hack, we had a team dedicated to the authorization, and the most efficient member of this team was our internal auditor. So he had this auditor's point of view on everything. Thank you very much. This is really very important because this self-assessment, self-audit of the company at the initial stage of getting ready to submit an application for an AEO status allows a company to get ready. And here I would like to repeat myself. This is really very important. And from our side, we really try just to cooperate with you. Thank you very much for promoting the website of the State Customs Service. So because we always update it, we try to publish some new information, we try to improve our website.
Маленький лайфхак, як можна там досягнути оператора, це, наприклад,
And a small life hack about how you can connect with an operator. You can start with simplifications, and then step by step you will get to an operator. It is very important. A lot of companies have already some simplifications, but they have not applied for an authorized operator status.
скажімо так, до вступу до нового кодексу отримати статус.
And so you now have a possibility to obtain this status before the new customs code is adopted, and you will become a member of an AO family. You can use these simplifications, and you will be in line with the safety and security standards. So thank you very much. We still have time just for questions from for some questions from the audience, or perhaps the questions to the speakers or to our service.
Добрий день. Питання з гальорки.
Good afternoon. I have a question from a back row. I'm representing company Aurora Multi-Market. Thank you very much for all your insights. Thank you very much for this event, who for the first time over some period has gathered so many people, so many stakeholders. The question to you, Rostislav, about the future, about dimensions. So we were 110th company that received the status. I know this, but not everyone knows, perhaps because that was quite a difficult task. I have a question about importation. What possibilities do you see for other areas, and what the prospects you can see here? And the second question, an AO status without simplifications does not provide so many benefits as simplifications. And the most popular simplification is on-site clearance. What is the future of this element? Taking into account the new customs code of Ukraine, the adoption of UCC by Ukraine, because the procedure is a bit different there in the UCC. I'll be thankful for your comments. Thank you. I'd like to thank the company, the representative of the company for the question. As for the company, that was a rather interesting case because the company prepared on its own and by small steps. So, and everything was so well prepared that the audit just confirmed, external audit just confirmed the readiness of the company to obtain a status. As for the development of the AEO program, so we are only at the initial stage now. So it's like 0.1% from all the operators. Or a quarter of this percentage, our head helps me here. So this is about the number of companies who have this status. But when it comes to the EU, and you can see this on the website Europa, so there's information about around 8,000 operators using these statues. So for us, a big challenge is not only that we need to continue our work in granting these statuses and also an audit of the compliance of the companies, but also the ongoing monitoring, because we don't have a lot of companies at the moment. But when we will be on the next stage with a significant number of companies, then the first challenge that we will face will be a lack of human resources. And we will then apply to the maximum extent possible risk-oriented approach to be able to continue this monitoring. As for on-site release of goods, so we don't see any significant changes in the future. Just when it comes to the placement of goods, we can use different opportunities for the placement in your premises. But the simplification as it is will not be significantly changed. There will be no significant modifications. And actually, I can say that this simplification will be one of the most popular. And this simplification also demonstrates that a lot of companies, they received these custom storages, the temporary storages, but as for on-site customs clearance, they don't need it anymore because they can place their goods under other procedure, like of the procedure of storage in their premises. And the customs service fully trusts the company because it has already been assessed, audited, and has already received a status. But everything depends on the internal processes that were declared at the stage when the company was granted these status. Any other questions?
Добрий день, шановні учасники митної платформи. Ілля
Good
Зібницький.
afternoon, dear participants of the customs platform. Ilya Zubnitsky, the director of Association of Customs Brokers of Ukraine. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for such a great event. We can see a lot of prominent persons here. And AEO Institute has like two sides. On the one hand, we have a state that has prepared this and continues improving difficult process for this tool to be accessible for our foreign economic operators. But on the other hand, we have foreign economic operators who create conditions to get the status and to become better for their customers, to pay more taxes, and to be best of the best in the area. I have a question. Are there any significant changes in your relation with the customs brokers after you got a status? This is a question to our panelists. It is difficult for me to say whether we've seen a lot of changes because inside our structure we have a broker company and that was trained and actually there are no like change is significant because our brokers they love working with simplifications because it really simplifies their lives. They don't spend so much time now for all these formalities. Thank you.
Маленький відділ.
I've got a small customs clearance unit within the company who deals with declaration and the best brokers in the world are my brokers. I can argue this.
В силу того, що відділ маленький, то я, крім того,
We have like a rather small unit
я директор логістики,
and I am a logistics director and also have the function of the head of this customs clearance unit.
власне, брокерам стало
Generally,
працювати легше.
it's we can see that it's easier for brokers. I know this for sure, and I also know for sure that they now submit more declarations.
Від року до року.
And we can look at our statistics on a year-to-year basis. So we can see an increasing number of declarations, but the brokers are the same. So the amount of brokers is the same.
Наприклад, в минулому році
For example, last year we had
Т1 для власного експорту.
1,600 declarations T1 for our own export. And this year, I will not surprised if we'll have 2,000, 3,000 declarations. My brokers are capable of this and they don't face any challenges. Would you like to add something here?
Будь ласка, можливо, ще питання з залу?
Okay, any other questions from our audience?
Оскільки поки не бачу бажаючих, так
I don't see any raised hands, and I would like to come back to the question of brokers and relations with the state customs service. There is one interesting thing here when it comes to authorization of brokers, because this is a big task. And we have several thousand permissions for broker activities, and that is rather challenging for the state customs service because we are limited in our human resources. We have 8 persons involved in the assessment of brokers, and we tried to involve as many people as possible within our service. We've also involved the coordination and monitoring customs office, and we can see that
майже на виході.
we have already completed all these activities related to brokers, and the latest analysis demonstrates that most big brokers have already received authorization, or so they are in the process, so there is the compliance assessment, or they have already submitted an application to our service. But anyway, we will expect a lot of new applications, and we really understand that we do everything possible for this Institute of Customs Brokers, and the brokers, which are the part of a company, could really continue the activities. And I think that this information will be interesting for associations. I can see one more raised hand here. Thank you very much.
Доброго дня.
Good afternoon. Vadim Жеребец, Pentada companies group. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I have a following question for you. So now the most important element to make a decision whether we should apply for an AO status or not is simple maths. So we made our known assessment, and our calculations demonstrate that a company can save around 10–20% after introducing this AO Institute. These are due to simplifications in logistics, in document flow. You are the companies who have already received this status. How can you assess and percentage the economic impact on your activities?
It's very difficult to give you precise percentage, but of course we can calculate each and every vehicle arriving in terminal. Anyway, every day those simplifications yield some financial result. With every simplified declaration. As mentioned before, we also have time gain. We reduce our costs, but it's not about perhaps the percentage, it's about the easiness of planning, it's about predictability. We can calculate how many declarations were completed without involvement of inspectors or other employees. So the level of gain is pretty high, and we as the users are very satisfied. But you have asked the right question. We really have to express this gain in mathematical terms, in percentages. You know, the strategic development of any company is invaluable. So this transition means a contribution to the strategic potential of the company. How can we calculate the precise percentage? Last year, my department, my clearance department, completed nearly 100% of declarations on the same day. And there were no delays, no procrastination, and there was not a single time when we disrupted the delivery or our manufacturing processes as a result of clearance delays. But who knows how much time and money the brokers save. Well, you know about those 4,000 declarations you can calculate. It's very difficult to calculate the precise percentage, and this transition is a very time-consuming process.
І наступний місяць порахувати додаткові витрати.
Maybe it's possible to calculate only if you refuse from AOE status and make calculations for the next month. Well, we are the customs brokers that provide services to the customers, and we also run the statistics. We managed to complete 100 simplified declarations, and for our customers, it means 50% of saving. Let's say the customers had to spend for about 105,000, but now they have to spend nearly 75,000 hryvnias. My name is Sergey Tusa. I represent the Customs Broker Journal, and I'm very glad to see you, first of all. And I have the following question. You have received your AOE status. You have also
Працюєте з тими людьми, яких ви набираєте.
people, your employees who would like to use the benefits of AOE. How do you work with these people to make them not question the AOE status? We have 10 brokers now. Maybe it's not too many, vice versa. But honestly, our brokers are the best. And of course, for every company, their employees are the best. And we always try to incentivize our employees by means of salaries and KPIs. Secondly, we try to explain to our employees that it's all about the European integration and our future. Later on, AOE will be a filter for brokers who are able to
Наші брокери розуміють,
accomplish customs clearance fast and smoothly. So we are ready to keep pace with the European integration and the customs service development. It's a very difficult question, yes, indeed, because the resources are scarce and people tend to select a company or a manager that fits their purposes. If a company is privileged, they are willing to choose this company because they will find it easier to work there. So people are eager to see some optimization. That's why this status also is attractive for the potential candidates. It's a very sensitive issue, in fact. Once you have AOE status, you can state that this is a proof of maturity, the company's maturity. This means that the company is ready to work in line with the EU standards. Thank you.
Ще одне питання з залу.
One more question from the audience.
Хотів вас запитати, а що б ви порадили
What
Державній службі? Тут
would you recommend to the customs service? Because here we have many colleagues who are directly in charge of these functions implementation. So what recommendations would you provide for us to improve our workflows? You know, it's difficult to recommend anything. I think that we need to maintain the constructive dialogue, and usually all our proposals and comments are taken into account, and we are grateful for that. Of course, there are some issues, and we are dreaming of getting rid of those problems. Everyone who has a status is dreaming of new simplifications. So there will be no recommendations. We just have to continue to keep this open dialogue between the business and the state. This is the most important thing. Thank you.
З митницею я чув, що все ж таки є якісь ще
I have heard from a person who is in charge of clearance that there are still some manual processes.
більш конкретніше, то ми можемо там
I cannot give you the precise description of those processes which are still manual. But anyway, some things should be still done manually by inspectors, and it was very pleasant for business to hear from the high rank speakers that this electronic line, electronic waiting list is being discussed at the highest level, and something is promised to be done. We communicate with the state customs service via the Federation of Employers, and we are regularly engaged in communication, and the work is ongoing. Thank you. Thank you for cooperation.
Насправді, з нашої сторони, напевно, єдине побажання – це все ж таки
The only thing we wish is to launch the automated import clearance, because this takes a lot of time. Thank you very much. It's really pleasant to get this positive feedback regarding cooperation and communication.
автомата запущено, березень тільки старт.
You know about the novelties, about import declaration clearance. It's been launched just in March, and the work is underway. We have regular meetings with the Ministry of Finance, and we'll see how we can launch this procedure. We have to approach it on a step-by-step basis. Thank you very much. We have listened to the real stories of living companies. We learned about their transformation, about their journey, and now we know that AEO is about money, is about time, and also about maturity. And now we are also on the verge of the mutual recognition of the companies. So many companies have already understood what it means to conduct the self-screening. The self-screening is for optimization and not only for being granted a status. The companies that have already received the AOE-C status will find it easier to get AOE-B status. I think that those panelists are potential candidates for the mutual recognition program. Thank you very much. It was very pleasant to see you, to listen to you. And okay, we have one more question. Hello, my name is Tarasa Venchuk. We are manufacturers, exporters, and importers. We import declarations have to be automated, and the preliminary declarations also should be automated. And our customers often complain that we procrastinate. So please consider automation of all preliminary declarations as well. Well, your company is, by the way, the pioneer of LB process. Well, we are very open, and we, however, find some difficulties in the field of IT. We have our own IT systems, but we try to support you as much as possible. For instance, yesterday we faced a problem, and we immediately managed to extinguish this fire. I think that it would take us too long to apply to outsource companies. We have to do it ourselves. Thank you very much, and we will be looking forward to the next panel.
Насправді буде дуже складно мені, я дві складнощі бачу уже після...
Hopefully you can hear me. Oh, I think it will be pretty complicated to run this panel because the previous two panels have been high-level panels. But I know that these panel's participants are no less important than the previous big companies. And I have also another important task. I have to be a good time manager because we are the last panel before lunch. And we have to go for lunch on time. That's why please be very active. Of course, ask your questions. During the previous panel, there were many questions from the floor, but let me remind you that the colleagues who are online with us are also welcome to ask questions in the chat. And if you are here offline with us, please raise your hands and our assistants will hand over the mic to you. It's a very good opportunity to ask your questions because a very strong team from the customs service is present today. So let's be very active. And during this panel, we are going to talk about NCTS. I'm recalling a situation when we had to communicate with our foreign partners from the shelters at the start of the war, and we were really uncertain of what was going to happen, and our foreign partners were really concerned. But the Ukrainian party said that we are going to continue, we are not going to lose the momentum, and the Minister of Finance has joined. The legislation has already been developed, yet the implementation was lying ahead of us, and irrespective of the custom services efforts, we still had to continue working. But today you have heard what the EU representative said. The achievements are really impressive, and everyone knows that the European Union grew from the customs union, basically, and every customs union at the moment is based on the respective IT solutions. And of course, we can't help but mention NCTS in this respect. And NCTS means a robust tool for declarations. And our intention was to introduce you to the companies that fulfill all possible operations. They ship the goods, they receive the goods, they provide brokers services, they provide logistics services, and so on. So you will learn about their success stories. Maybe you are still not aware of some peculiarities. Here we will listen to big importers and big retailers, and some companies faced with difficulties when launching a T1 procedure. But during this session, you will learn how to combat your fears, because you might be afraid of doing something new, but if you try once, you may be successful. And now we will listen to the companies that are ready to continue working in this mode. And I am ready to introduce our new panelists one by one.
Western Container Terminal, Olena Kingdom, Head of Customs Interaction Department. And I've already mentioned supply chain, and this company actually, which introduce the transit of cargo by railway transport using T1 declaration. And then, of course, with the support of the state customs servants and our representatives in the Brussels, which participate in working groups, we continue our cooperation with European partners to make it possible for our business to be able to use a comprehensive guarantee as a credit card in every member state of the convention, and just to full the potential of Ukrainian comprehensive guarantee in Poland, for example, and other EU member states. And this is like a part of the introduction before I give floor to Ms. Chikinda. And I would like to ask Olena to share their experience and their success in T1 application. Or maybe say there is some negative experience, not only a success story, and we're always ready to get any type of feedback. Good afternoon, everyone. And at the beginning, I'd like to say a few words about our company, our activities. We're a modern logistics hub in the heart of the western part of Ukraine, in Ternopil. We deal with the intermodal transportation of containers by the railway transport. We work with the European and Ukrainian ports. We have regular trains with a fixed transit time. We have a lot of achievements already in this area, and we are the only company in Ukraine that received a window in Baltic Hub in Gdansk port, the first Ukrainian company that received it. We are developing an agrarian area. We trade grain at the international market. We also use here the road and railway transport to supply our terminal. We're a young company because we were established in 2017, but I can see that we've already developed a lot and come a long way. As for simplifications, as for the NCTS, and as an AEO status, I cannot say that this is an easy task. It is always difficult, but I can say that this is systematic activities with the support of Ternopil Customs Office responsible departments, and as a result of these joint efforts, in our company received a range of simplifications, including transit one. As for practical application of transit simplifications, because our current panel is dedicated to transit activities, and everyone is always interested in numbers. I can share them. During the previous panel discussion, everyone asked about numbers. We do not ask you to share all the numbers, but as for some shares, actually I calculated that because I was interested. When it comes to the common transit system, we have different areas where we operate. First of all, these are transit declarations for export goods in simplified mode, thanks to simplifications of the authorized consignor. And here, when it comes to what we've said, this is around 70%. 70% of funds and time. We use trains, and that's why time is of critical nature for us. Before that, to get declarations for transporting goods on the territory of the EU member states, they were received at the border, so we had to wait for Polish customs office to clear all the formalities. And when we file transit declarations from our terminal in Ternopil to a terminal in a port, we save time and money for when it comes to clearance on the border. We started using a common transit system before we got simplifications, so we use the general procedure with the involvement of customs inspectors. We still use this possibility, but only for those goods where we are not an owners, but we provide transportation services. Another area of our activity, these are internal transit declarations that we file using our comprehensive guarantee. So when the goods are supplied by train and then they are transported by a road transport to the customs office of destination, which is defined by our customer, we have around 100 declarations, 100 per month. And the third case, these are clearance of import goods, import cargo, under our comprehensive guarantee in the territory of the EU. We save here around 36% for one declaration, and we file more than 1,000 such declarations a month. As for the general simplified procedure, we have up to 1,000, around 1,000 per month. And in the territory, more than 1,000 on the EU territory, and internal transit, around 100 declarations per month. As for challenges, actually, we don't see any significant challenges. Yes, there's some issues during our everyday work, and we were the first in Ukraine to clear a grain train with grain using common transit procedure. And back then, actually, I contacted and called NCTS help desks than my mom. But actually, that was an interesting experience. I would like to recommend this to everyone because it's really very useful. And now we are constructing one more intermodal terminal, and it will be a bit bigger than in Ternopil in Volyn region on the border with Poland. And yes, we do plan when we have such an opportunity, when the infrastructure of the terminal will be in line with the requirements to expand transit simplification to cover our terminal in Volyn Oblast. Thank you, Olena, for this information, and thank you very much for sharing your success story. And I have a question, maybe it will be an interesting question of interest also for the online and offline audience about the usage of Ukrainian comprehensive guarantees in Europe. Generally, is it a difficult path? Do you need cooperation with someone? Can you provide some general information about without details? Because we have a lot of questions about how this can be applied, and we say that this is a new process, and for every country, it's about IT software, which can be different in different EU member states. Do you have any advice or recommendations of how you organize this? Actually, we need to have a willingness of another party, of the declarants, and in our case, these are Polish declarants who have some requirements, so we need to register our guarantee in Poland to get some confirmations. But I cannot say that this is something extremely difficult. So yes, we have a broker agency. We cooperate with this agency that helps us with all the documents. And we've first tested one declaration with them, and we saw that it really works. So we continued our work there. You also work with the railway transport a lot. What relations do you have with the Ukrainian railway service and with the Polish railway service? Haven't you asked the Ukrainian railways why they still don't have any simplifications, or why am I asking about actually Polish railway service?
Ви по суті своєю гарантією переміщення товарів з Польщі в Україні відкриваєте
you use your guarantee
суб'єкта процедури, який би мог би
to cover the subject of the procedure there in Poland. It could be like Polish railway service. But you do this instead of them. Thank you very much for your question. Actually, we haven't seen any problems in our cooperation with the Polish railway service, and actually, because most of the service is in private ownership, so we haven't seen any difficulties with them. We even actually had a case when some goods were stolen on the way. We had such a case when some goods covered by our guarantee were stolen. That happened in the territory of Poland, and we do remember this case. Yes, a lot of people still remember it. And we had a good level of cooperation with the Polish side, with the Polish declarant, Polish customs administration. They supported us to the maximum extent possible back then. And when it comes to the Ukrainian railways, this is one more example of the high-quality cooperation between our business and the state. And we cooperate with both railways, and we believe that these railway services are our partners. There are some issues, but we believe that our partners and we are not those partners who say that it's impossible. We're always able to settle all the issues. Thank you very much, Elena, for your honest replies. And I don't think that these are the last questions you get today. And I can see some questions in the eyes of our audience, and they will have the possibility to ask them. And let us get to the next company. I think all of us have this mobile app with the red icon. And now I'm talking about Nova Poshta company. This is Vasilina Zalutska, representing the company, which can speak about an example of using T1 declaration that can cover several hundred items. And it can be done with the NCTS, so there are no issues with this. Our developer and our app, Hermes, you have more than several thousand transit declarations filed during previous year. And of course, the forecast for this year is at least the same number. And I think that you will get one more null in this number. That's why today we are ready to listen to your story about how you apply common transit. And also you can share your numbers if you have any calculations, if you have any information about the percentage and share. So Vasilina, the floor is yours. Please try again. Good afternoon. My name is Vasilina Zalutska. I'm the head of the Department of Customs and Brokerage Operations for Individuals, Nova Poshta company. We have the employees in our company dealing with the international parcels. In 2023, we made the decision to open the sorting station to get the status of International Express Care. In 2025, we received the status AEO. And nowadays, NCTS declarations are a very simple process because at the beginning, we filed declarations by an old method. This is this transit procedures with tier carnet. We named the code, the relevant code for our cargo. But when Ukraine became a part of the Common Transit Convention, we had to create long declarations for more than 3,000 headings in one declaration. So when I said my number, that was too small. But yes, this is about goods, but we have a lot of headings in our declaration. We failed at first. That's why we connected NCTS help desk. Thank you very much. You were always ready to support us. So this is not thank you to me. This is to our unit. These are our superheroes. And they really supported and helped us a lot. In parallel, we improved our internal IT systems to be able to generate big files, to cover a lot of headings. And of course, it took a lot of effort. And then we made a decision that we need to increase the number of our customs clearance agents because one declaration takes around 30-40 minutes because they are rather big. And now, every day, we have around 15 declarations to one for experts from Ukraine, and one declaration can contain 7,000 cargoes or parcels of individuals. So the biggest advantage for us, this is border crossing. Before that, it took around 5-7 hours, and now it reduced to 3 hours, so 2 times less, and that's really great. And one practical case I'd like to share. So that was with our driver in route to Lithuania with T1 declaration. That was for the first time for the driver, and he was really impressed that he traveled straight to the customs office because that was an authorized consignee. So, and the driver was heading to the facility of an authorized consignee, and the driver was so impressed that he asked us to do this every time because he was able to save a lot of his personal time. We also had faced some challenges from Polish colleagues, from their inspectors, because we had some goods that should undergo the veterinary and phytosanitary control, and they wanted some actually confirmations, and they used to return our goods back to the sorting station. And so we had to repeat all this procedure with T1 declaration. And Vasilina, we need to understand here that every country has its own limitations when it comes to how they get goods from the customers. And when you have some goods from your customers, you need also to understand what PCPs will be used for the border crossing to avoid these returns. Yes, we were in contact with the Polish customs administration. We have our partners there. And so I think that this issue has been already settled, but of course, everything could happen. That's all from my side. Thank you. Thank you for presenting your case, your success story. Generally, you've actually shared your challenges, but I can say that big companies, as DHL actually, who also have these long declarations with a great number of headings and items. So this is a standard business model for such companies covering such activities when it comes to time reduction. Do you have any information about funds? No, I don't have any information. We didn't calculate money, but the fact that we don't use carnitine, TR anymore, this is already, this also helps us to save money. Thank you very much for your answer. And the next company is Выгодна покупка, represented by Petro Babi, head of the Customs Clearance and Regulation Department. This is a well-known company. This is Aurora company, and actually you can see the shops of this company even here, in this hotel. Oh, you need to work better, actually. So you need to say this to your CEO. Because you can see the shops of Aurora everywhere. What I'd like to say first about this company. This is an example of a company who clears its good on their own. This company is import-oriented, but the company uses Ukrainian comprehensive guarantee in other countries. This is also an interesting case. And you can also share this information, whether it's your cooperation with brokers and how the process is organized. And please generally share some numbers, maybe, about your savings. Just the floor is yours. Yeah, thank you very much, dear participants. And first of all, I would like to thank organizers for the possibility to share our experience.
Досвід інших колег. Я направду, коли готувався до
It's really valuable for me that I can learn about the other colleagues' experiences. And as I was getting ready for this panel, I expected that we were going to talk about involving new players and new simplifications envisaged by NCTS and AOA. But as far as I see that we already have a big community of those players that already use the combination of the benefits provided by these tools. Each and every can benefit from them in terms of planning and optimization of business processes. We import goods from 14 countries. Last year, we had to complete several thousand um, declarations. The geography of our supplies is very complicated. Our goods from China and from India arrive in 3 European seaports, and from there they come to Ukraine. Then we also have some goods from Turkey and from the European Union. What do all those shipments have in common? They go through the countries that are signees to the Common Transit Convention. And that's why it's really important to standardize the handling of transit cargoes. Therefore, it was our motivation to start working under the Common Transit Procedures. Several years ago, we managed to complete the first T1 declaration. It was in 2021, 24. And then we had a very complicated piloting period in 2024 and 2025. Polish customs service switched from the fourth to the fifth phase of NCTS. Ukrainian system at that time was already on the fifth phase, and we had several agents. We had to develop the standard mechanism for working with each of these agents, counter agents from Poland. And now I think the Polish counter agents were knowledgeable themselves, but at that time, of course, they had to learn together with us. There were some practical steps which we had to accomplish, and it took us several months to complete those processes. And after those several months, we fully switched to T1 declaration for foreign cargoes. Last year, we completed 900 declarations. Altogether, we have already 1,100 T1 declarations. I'm sorry for interrupting you. You work in the capacity of the authorized cargo receiver, right? No, not yet. We are just planning to get the status. We complete the T1 declarations at the place of location. But I will tell you a little bit more about other peculiarities related to the guarantees. So altogether, for about 30% of our cargoes are cleared under the simplified procedure, common transit procedure. This procedure has clear advantages in comparison to the national procedure. First advantage, there are common rules and standards for all countries that are the convention signees. It is very important, especially when something happens to the goods while they are moving across the convention member country. Unfortunately, we have not yet experienced such situations, but we also had an incident when a vehicle got an accident in Bulgaria. There is a clear protocol, and the communication was very fast. So if something happens during the delivery, during the journey, the situation can be sorted out much faster, and everything is clear. All protocols are in place, so we don't have to look for additional information. This is a big benefit of common transit procedure. Then another benefit, Today we are talking also about the new customs code. As far as I understand, the unified rules will be provided by this code, and I am calling upon our companies, please test the common transit procedure right now, because it will be the only procedure for us in the future. And the sooner we start, the better we will manage to adapt. I'm going to interrupt you. You know, it is very useful to apply Tier 1 declaration internally as well. It's a very big benefit for you. And another benefit of the common transit procedure is its flexibility compared to the national procedure. There were some incidents in our situation when we had to rechannel our cargo due to military risks. Instead of Kiev, we had to ship our goods to Lviv. Under the national procedure, it would have been impossible anyway, but for all those military risks, we would have delivered the goods to Kiev first and then send it to Lviv. But under the common transit procedure, it was totally possible to rechannel the goods. So the procedure is very flexible. And in fact, we have a lot of economic benefits since we are granted the relief. We can boast of significant savings. We calculate the amount of money deposit. Previously, the deposit the deposit provided to the customs service was individual in each and every case, but under the common transit procedure, we started using the general guarantee or the common guarantee for all goods, and the amount is 2.4. The guarantee used to be 2.4 million hryvnias, and now it's just 300,000. And then we applied for the relief, and now we can save even more. So we have more money in free circulation. What about your facility? Well, it's still under construction. Yes, we will be able to complete the clearance beyond the place of at the place of our location, but we are still contracting the terminal, and we expect to be able to save for about 9 million hryvnias. So it's a big issue for us. Thank you very much for your sincere responses. Now, let's continue our panel discussion. The colleagues from the companies who said that it's very difficult to express the benefits in monetary terms. In fact, the AOE status is a good way to position the company on the European market. Some time ago, there was a discussion in our department about the simplifications. We spoke about the place of goods arrival. One of such places has already been attacked twice, and the companies just wanted to avoid arriving to this place, and the broker said, we work here for 49 years and it's very convenient here. But then there was a question. Just imagine that you can avoid those risks by completing clearance at the place of location. Just imagine that you do not have to invite a customs officer or other employees. You will do the clearance instead of the customs officer and just send the respective report. And you'll also save money because the vehicles won't have to get to the terminal. And I was watching the face of a person who was asked this question. You know, this information just was not disseminated, and maybe some organizations really do not focus on the European integration. Those cases, those simplifications are very have a very positive impact on business. It's not that easy to get all those simplifications, and it's really worth doing so. And now let me ask Ms. Natalia Demchenko. We are not relatives. It's not my spouse, so there is no conflict of interest. This is the representative of a transportation company, Ukrtrans agency. This is an example of a company that provides services related to T1 declarations. Basically, they provide their guarantees. For the companies. They work a lot with the declarations. They are the leaders in this market of guarantees. That's it, basically. That's it. What else can I say? Natalia, over. Thank you very much for invitation. Thank you. Let me focus on our experience. Ukrs Trans Agency is a customs service. We have been operating since 2007, and our main focus was with the transit movement of goods, and we had representatives at the border of Ukraine, and then we joined NCTS, and we started working with the convention countries. We were the first company that submitted T1 declaration to the customs service of Ukraine. At the moment, we have already completed over 200,000 T1 declarations since 2014. That's why we are knowledgeable and we are ready to share experience. Our main service is T1 in Ukraine and other convention countries, including Turkey, Moldova, and Georgia, and Great Britain. Then we also provide some additional services that are required for transit movement of goods. We also help with the customs clearance in Ukraine and in Poland and Germany using various customs modes. And CTS has practical benefits for business, definitely. Let me share main benefits. That's the electronic messages exchange, the opportunity to track the status of declaration, and then you can also control the declaration, having full information about the declaration. Our declaration department, works on tracking and communication in close cooperation with the customs brokers of Europe. The first challenges we faced with were the adaptation of business and technical issues related to acceptance of our declarations. Polish customs offices, for instance, at first did not accept our declarations, but gradually we managed to sort it out, and now our declarations submitted by Ukraine are accepted by the Polish counterparts. And of course, the support provided by NCTS is huge. There is a hotline, and there is a help desk, and we also participate in testing of 3 channels of a help desk. It's great that the system is developing, and thus we can resolve many issues related to coordination with other customs services. In Ukraine, it is very convenient to use a Tier 1 declaration as an alternative to the national procedure. It is also very convenient to open a Tier 1 in the internal customs offices, and it is possible to open it at the border, the Ukrainian border, what our customers often resort to. And it's convenient because there is no language barrier, unlike other countries. Then our offices also work at the border in Ukraine, and this support sometimes helps to eliminate certain barriers. And we also have an opportunity to use our own guarantee when the goods are moved from Poland. We open a Tier 1 declaration for goods arriving in Polish seaports, and thus our Ukrainian customers do not have to complete the preliminary declarations or alternative or general declaration. The customer has just opened the Tier 1 declaration and in Poland, and with this declaration, the goods can be moved to Ukrainian territory. We also work with the partners guarantees in other countries. With nearly every convention country, we manage to open the Tier 1 declarations. Additionally, we work with expediting companies or logistics companies for our customers to get full scope of services, including logistics services, container handling, scanning, inspection, customs inspection in EU countries. We provide all those services and support for business. At the moment, we face with some conservative approach from the part of some entities. What is implied? They are used to open Tier 1 declarations in Europe, and it is difficult sometimes to convince them that they may try and open the Tier 1 declaration in Ukraine in the internal terminals. And it can be really smooth if it happens, but the drivers are often reluctant. But we are working on that, and we would like to assure you that this is a very flexible option, and we'll be ready to give you a helping hand throughout the entire process of open and closing declaration. T1 declaration.
This also boosts international cooperation, and would be great if we can have more possibilities to use Ukrainian guarantees in other counterparts of the convention. We have such experience only in Poland. With other countries, this is a partnership guarantee. It would be great if we could continue developing this, and this is great actually that Ukraine is a party to convention, and we can use the same simplifications as other EU member states. Thank you, Natala, for sharing your experience.
панями. Що можу сказати? Дійсно, з поляками і вже Владислав на першій сесії говорив той приклад,
And
що
Vladislav already actually told about this during the first session because we had to move to other border crossing points on our border because Polish colleagues did not understand that their role was already different because the situation had been changed and we had around 10, 12 cases of such discrepancies. But during the last year, we have not seen any complaints about these cases in our help desk. There are some minor errors that we help to correct. So Natalia said that there were 200, and generally we had 208. And I think that perhaps you now counted all your declarations, including those that were rejected. I'd like to clarify, we calculated all the declarations that were filed not only in Ukraine, but these are the all general number of declaration in our activity for the whole time. Those submitted in Europe as well. And of course, that there is a big number of European declarations where your guarantees are used. Because, as I've already mentioned, you're a leader here. We've discussed the experience of our panelists, and I can see questions now from our audience, so please raise your hands, ask your questions. Our panelists expect your questions as well as representatives of the State Customs Service. Don't forget to introduce yourself. I've already introduced myself, but I'd like to continue asking questions from back rows. This is Aurora, yes. I'd like just to add a bit information to what Petro has already said. We're talking a lot about European and EU integration, but I think that digitalization of our customs service is significantly ahead of what the European partners can offer. And here I have a proposal to you. We receive information in a single window and in a chatbot and in broker software. But when it comes to when it comes to T1 declarations, we don't have a lot of information, unfortunately. In our company, and I know this is also the case for other companies in Ukraine who maximize digitalization of customs processes. And today our colleagues shared information about their electronic accounts. And when it comes to Tier 1 declarations and about border crossings, about clearance, that would be great if we can get this information from our customs service. Of course, we understand that perhaps IT systems upgrade is needed, but that would be great if you can initiate this internally and with our partners. Thank you very much for your question. And actually, Aurora has a very powerful customs team. And Petro shared with us the advantages, and now Maxim can share disadvantages. I have an answer, and I would like to give floor to beautiful lady. Last time I called her a woman, and she didn't like that. This is Alina Brindak, the head of IT department in the customs service. Last time it was not that polite to say. That was kind of a little lady. Thank you very much for this question. Thank you very much for the possibility to answer this. Of course, we are well aware about these requests from business. We have already introduced this function, the notification about border crossing point and about arrival. And I can say that we will do the same for NCTS. And you do understand that the NCTS is our pioneer software when it comes to the software developed by an external company, and so first those developer create the function. So we develop functions internally, and then we introduce this in the CTS. So the same is with the guarantees, and the same will be for notifications. So please stay tuned for the updates. But this perhaps will be quite soon, but after the Easter. So it will be after the Easter. You've heard her.
Так, ну якщо Аліна Івана сказала після Пасхи,
Okay, so Alina says that it will be already right after the Easter, then so it will be. I can see here the question from Alexander and Illa. Okay, Illa Zivnitsky. They had.
якогось окреме питання.
Do you have the question to everyone? This is the question to everyone. Ilya Zemlitsky, the director of the Customs Brokers Association of Ukraine. I would like to thank very much all the participants for sharing your experience over the last several years, which were rather difficult for all of us. And I have a question now. Who is actually responsible for your success stories? This is the question about your staff.
Спрощень, нові вимоги до агентів з митного оформлення.
After you got those simplifications, do you have any requirements to customs agents, in particular when it comes to advanced training? Thank you. Petro, thank you very much, Ilya, for this question. We discussed a lot today the authorized economic operators, the simplifications. When it comes to an AO, and we actually are an AOE because we just didn't participate in the previous panel. But when it comes to an AO status, these are the simplified procedures. And actually, to get these status, we introduced regular training. And so we introduced this training in our company. This is for our employees responsible for IT. This is not just a training to meet the status, but this is periodic training for transformation, to be in line with the transformation, and this is also to learn more about best practices. And the AO status, as it is, encourages to introduce training for your personnel. This is the first thing I'd like to say. And the second important result of this status, this is the compliance monitoring. We should remember that this status is not the final goal. We need to meet these criteria all the way through and after that. That's why we have self-check for all the operations of our company. And just to be able to have this self-check, we need to continue our personal training. Thank you, Petro. And who else would like to answer? Natalia? We have a lot of T1 declarations, and of course, we train our personnel to be well aware of the legislation, to be able to communicate with the customs offices, not only in Ukraine, but in other countries, because we faced a lot of issues with customs administrations from Poland to Germany, to less extent the Netherlands, and we expand our partnership. And here, not only training for personnel is important, but also the software product that is used to create T1 and submit it later on. Now we are developing with our partners the cloud version of a software program that will set a lot of issues related to the status of declaration, that will demonstrate opening and closing the declaration in a real-time mode. This it will also allow just to store the information. So I'd like to say that automatic processes are important, but we still need to remember about our personnel, about our people. Those who fill out T1 declarations, these are those people who work 24/7. They don't sleep at night, and would like to thank them for being able to cope with this volume. Any other questions from the audience? Alexander Lazarev. Good afternoon. Alexander Lazarev. Yes, here I have a question not only about those who use NCTS. And unfortunately, I was expecting a lock, the launch of this convention in our state, but we do remember the situation with our ports now just, and we would like to have more adequate procedures for our ports to be more traceable. Do you have any information about alignment of the customs code with the simplification of CTS, the closure of the export procedure by another procedure. So somehow it is not included in the customs code. So export procedure cannot be closed by transit procedure by the new customs code. And I have one more question. What is the situation with Moldova now after what we had with the breach in Mayaki? Is there any possibility to transport Ukrainian goods through the territory of Moldova using T1? Now, let us start with the second question, and we can start with the first question.
Ні, ну зараз питання, Олександр Петрович. Будь ласка, Владислав і Олександр.
Vladislav, Alexander, I can give you a floor. Good afternoon, everyone. As for Moldova in Georgia, we're always in contact with the colleagues who submit documents from the office of the president, because these documents shall be initiated by the president. We cannot do this merely through the government. And in a week, as we expect this document will be submitted, we hope that this will happen. And this is not only about technical issues when it comes to Georgia, Montenegro, but we should also remember here about safety issues during transportation through Moldova. And unfortunately, we all witnessed the situation in December, because it is not only about economy and taxation anymore, but this is also the question of safety.
Дуже велике навантаження на той підрозділ, який
We
займається.
can see now that there is significant burden on the unit that directly deals with the preparing the documents to be submitted for to the president. And to continue with Mayaki, we hope that this will not be repeated, but of course we've learned our lessons. We changed customs regime 82. This is the transit of customs goods, and their amendment to provision 1091 to deal with such customs procedure. Unfortunately, this not cancels the national requirements on in the territory of the Republic of Moldova. We expect the ratification of changes. And when it comes to the first part of the question, so it requires a lot of details, and now we can actually discuss it during the lunchtime, but not always. T1 declaration, which is filed in Ukraine, is used in Europe, so the movement is not always covered by this declaration. Sometimes broker company can make a mistake in T1. The Polish side does not accept it, so there are no sales there, so it is revoked by a broker. But when it comes to VAT return and automated closure, I don't think that we should do this. We should. So it is about automatic reimbursement. It still shall be discussed, but we can't make this like one decision. I cannot agree here. When you file an export declaration, you open TR Karnat, you don't close the customs regime through this. Of course, I do understand that there is a tool, and our Ukrainian companies, operators, would like to develop it in the future. But we are just exchanging ideas here. I'm not against of this. I just say that this is a disputable issue, but it's still there on the table. Thank you very much just for remembering about this. Thank you very much for this. But this is not such a simple situation. And just to add, when it comes to the NCTS, so still we have this issue with the electronic queue, but we do understand that this is out of your power. Thank you very much for your support. You really help us to deal with this issue. We have a question from Tetiana. Tatiana Zavit, the head of the Light Industry Association. Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to thank you for such a practical and such a practical conference that has so many experts gathered here. In 2022, the association asked for help in June. So during the first panel, we heard about who deals with harmonization. This is Alexander Moskalenko, this is Vladislav Suvorov, and these are other representatives of the State Customs Service. But then we asked Alexander Moskalenko for help to present the information at the European conference, a sectoral conference. Just we would like, back then we wanted to say that our government did everything possible despite the war to ensure harmonization. And I would like to thank Moskalenko for the presentation shared back then.
Саме тоді, в червні місяці 22-го року. При тому,
So that was the first anchor back then in June. So, and actually, European partners asked us just to continue. We told our European partners that we are ready to continue our cooperation. Now you say that we have 117 authorized economic operators, and I have a proposal. So Sergei already mentioned this today. We all the time cooperate with the State Customs Service. Would like to thank all the departments involved for the support. But what can we see in the regions? Even during our latest workshop, we asked about the algorithms and conditions for authorizations. Today, we see beautiful big companies who have really big teams, including brokers and other experts. We can see how they apply authorizations, but when it comes to light industry, 220 companies and 117 authorizations, and we will have 118. This is one of the companies which is the member of association. So what I'm trying to say this, maybe it will be great to have awareness-raising campaigns in sectors in different regions. 80% of our companies that operate, they are expert companies, and they use the raw materials which is provided to them. I'm sorry, Tatiana, just get right to your question. And so a lot of heads of companies are not aware about special regimes and special procedures they can use, for example, like on-site customs clearance, or they are not aware about other mechanisms which they will get, but for that they need the expert sectoral support in terms of awareness raising. Thank you very much for your question. And Actually, when you mentioned the latest workshop that we had with the separate members of your association, back then we said, and now we say, and we continue saying, telling that the State Customs Service is always ready to support any association if it is needed. We started these activities in 2022. And those simplifications that we are discussing today, these are not the amendments to the legislation this year. These are the amendments dating back to 2022 when we joined the convention, and those simplifications became available for our companies. And back then we started such awareness-raising activities. If someone somehow missed it, still these workshops can be found on the YouTube channel on the State Customs Service, or you just need to be willing to watch them. And as for the regional, local customs offices, they are also oriented and ready to provide this support. And we are always ready to provide more information. And when I asked one of the head of the company, director of the company, about whether the company asked for any help to their local customs office, they told me that no. And of course, we are pioneers here, and but I'd like to say that we need to be ready to support each other, including the regional level. Today, I'm not talking about associations. Of course, we have full common understanding of all your integration processes, but here, companies should also be willing to ask for the information. If a company doesn't want to organize any of these processes, then the company will not be able to get to the status. And it is not only about simplifications, it's about any other area. Some other questions from the audience.
Доброго дня всім.
Доброго дня.
Козак Віктор, голова
Good afternoon. My name is Viktor Kozak. I represent the Association of the International Transportation Companies. It's a great pleasure to participate in this event. You know, we are one of the elements of a transportation network, and you won't be able to deliver your goods without us. It's a great deal that we are having this platform meeting today. We witness the operations of the authorized operators. We understand the situation, and we are aware of the fact that the integration with the EU gives a lot of benefits. But we do not go to other countries. It's expensive. It's expensive to use the roads, and we find it much easier to travel within Ukraine. But what do we see at the border? In Europe, they do not have the electronic line, the electronic queue, and the authorized economic operators should be entitled to this fast-track option. Today, we've got 117 AOEs, and I think after this platform, there will be more AOEs because they would have learned about the benefits. And it's not a question for me, it's rather a concern of an international transportation company. You know, we know that there are very long queues, and some may wait for 3 days. But if the authorized operators will cross the border without this queuing, we will have to wait for even more than 3 days. And mainly, I'm talking about the Volyn Oblast, which borders Poland. That's my region. I live there, and we know that the queues may be 11 kilometers long, and it takes all those vehicles just 1 day to go through, thanks to our customs service. It's on our side, and some time ago, a memorandum was signed about 600 trucks But what happened then? We were one of the companies that initiated. I'm really sorry. Please finalize your question because we haven't run out of time. Yeah.
Чого поляки рахували? Вони все, що більше 3,5 тонни, вони
The Polish customs believed that all trucks over 3.5 tons are related to the big trucks category, so they had to use we had to use smaller trucks. So I wish the customs service and other authorities increased the number of border crossing points because the Polish colleagues were not very cooperative. Yes, you are right, saying that we need to develop the infrastructure, but every border crossing point has its own capacity, and those 600 trucks can really be explained by this capacity, but it's not that easy. The infrastructure cannot be developed overnight. It's a time-consuming process. So, of course, we will investigate into those problems, but of course, some issues should be agreed with the counterpart, and everything depends, of course, on the technical capacity of each and every individual border crossing point. And I would also recommend you to avoid coming to the customs zones at the border, because business uses the simplified procedure now, and it can complete the clearance at the place of location. And I wish you could go to their facilities instead of some overseas terminals. Yeah, thank you very much. And dear operators, please use the services of the Ukrainian transportation companies because we are the best. Thank you. Yes, the Association of Road Transportation Companies I think can also be the platform for advertising. So we haven't run out of time. I do not see any other hands raised, and now let me announce a lunch break.
На початку про обід про складну задачу, то в мене ще складніше завдання, щоб
I have a very important task. I have to invite you to come back after the lunch, because there will be another important panel dedicated to new steps to follow up, and there will be very interesting speakers. Please come back at 3 p.m. Thank you very much.
Наразі ми переходимо до
Dear
нашої
participants, hopefully you have enjoyed your lunch, and now it's time for our fourth session. It's a final session. Before that, we talked about the contemporary situation, about our past history, but now we are going to talk about our future on our path towards the European integration. Let's discuss the steps that we still have to make. Let me remind you that historically and economically, the European Union is based on the customs union, and the currency union and economic union joined later. So it is an opportunity for us to find the entry point for the integration. As mentioned by Taras Kachka, this is a real doorway for Ukraine. And in terms of the customs union, we can say that it consists of three main characteristics. First, common customs territory. This means that there will be no borders with Poland, the Slovak Republic, the Czech Republic, and Hungary. Until we join Schengen zone, there will be still the border crossing points, but there will be no customs offices. Then, the second characteristic of the customs union is the common customs tariff and the common regulation of the external economic activity. Our law on the customs tariffs will be invalidated after Ukraine has joined the EU, and we will be guided by the common regulation. And the third characteristic is common customs rules. This means that the customs union, customs code of the union will apply to us as well. During this session, we'll listen to the leading Ukrainian and international expert, Mr. Alexander Moskalenko from the Ministry of Finance. He represents the Department for Customs Policy. Mr. Kostidis Klinax, the representative of Director General in charge of customs issues. He's online. Then Mr. Vitalis Charles, a key international expert from EU for PFM. And he is here in the conference. Then Mr. Shrun is international expert on customs legislation working on the EU for PFM project. He is also online. And distinguished Ms. Tatiana Chimruk, the head of the working group that worked on the draft customs code of Ukraine. She's also online and she will join us a little bit later during the session. Dear speakers, let me remind you our timeline. You will have up to 10 minutes for your talk, so there will be no Q&A session. However, if anyone has some burning questions, we will give you an opportunity to ask them. And let us start with Mr. Alexander Moskalenko. Dear Alexander, you worked on the draft customs code, and there were over 100 experts altogether from Ministry of Finance, Reform Support Team, Customs Service, EU for PFM project, and so on. How did you manage to coordinate this activity? By the way, the government has already approved this draft. Of course, we still have to work on it with the European Commission and with the public. But what happened since it was approved by the government in August last year, and what are the next steps? Over.
Дякую, Владиславе.
Thank you, Vladislav. Good afternoon, dear participants. The customs code has been mentioned many times today, especially during the political and strategic session at the start of our event. And of course, it's true that first we have to submit it to the parliament. I'm not going to dwell on the details of its development, but in fact there were 15 expert teams comprised of the representatives of the Ministry of Finance, Customs Service, and various projects. Then the expert teams received the support from the European partners. Some representatives of customs offices from various European countries also participated in this exercise. Therefore, we completed the draft and we published it on the website of the Ministry of Finance in late August 2025. So it was an official publication. And what is next, basically? This is the procedure under the 29th chapter. We have to... in April last year, we had a session in Brussels. There we presented our customs legislation. And as a result of legislation screening, we received a range of proposals and recommendations. So now we know in what parts we have to update Ukrainian legislation in order to achieve the full alignment with the European acquis. The new customs code will put a full stop in this long process of legislative amendments. Afterwards, our legislation will be fully compliant with the European legislation. We engaged nearly 150 experts, in fact. That's pretty much. And we received an official opinion of the European Commission. And according to this opinion, generally, our code, our draft is aligned with the acquis. However, there are still some issues, and the partners brought them to our attention. Now we have to finalize this work. Then we also had some meetings and consultations with the companies, with the business, and Mr. Marchenko has mentioned today that there were several events, including roundtables and working group meetings. Each of them lasted up to 2.5 hours. So this means that the consultations these consultations lasted many working days. Hopefully, this will reduce the time that the parliament needs for the discussion. I'm not going to elaborate on that. I think that Tatiana will provide you with more details. Regarding the key ideas, I'll start with the end, actually. This customs code consists of local chapters included into Ukrainian customs code, and partially it's the document that is based on the UCC, and it's not a translation, of course, but there are some provisions included into the code. Those are provisions regarding the interaction with the member countries. I don't want to waste time. That's why I'll just answer the basic question. What's gonna change for the business? As you already know, 12 European integration laws have already been adopted. The authorization for the economic operators will be furthered, and the customs code of Ukraine will be fully aligned with the UCC, and the companies' requirements in our customs code are already the same as in the European code. We have to monitor the implementation. Of course, we have to monitor the companies to evaluate whether the company meets the criteria. But if the company has once met the criteria, it won't have to undergo any additional verifications. And we plan that the previous initiatives will be implemented as planned. Hopefully, the transition thus will be really smooth. There will be perhaps some new simplifications like entry declarations. Thus, the capacity of the system will be expanded. However, our basic objective is to keep the existing requirements. Thus, the companies won't be afraid of this transition, of the switch to the new code. Then there are some plans for the second stage after Ukraine has become the EU member. Some laws will be invalidated because in Europe all authorizations should be registered on a central level, and then the key thing will be as follows. The requirements, our requirements are already conformant with the European requirements. And then we will have the companies that are fully aligned that meet all the criteria. Then the customs service and the companies will have to accomplish a technical task. The companies will have to get new registration numbers, so to say, because the old registration numbers won't be used in the system any longer. So what am I talking about? Before Ukraine joins the EU, we will have to construct this bridge for our business to feel no inconvenience. As of now, we are rejecting some of our progressive, some of our advanced decisions. We reject the preliminary declarations, for instance, because we are going to use the common transit for the purposes of controlling the movement of goods. This means that that the IT system will have to work automatically after some period, and there will be no manual effort involved. So apart from the legislation, we will have to care about the IT system. So we will adopt the new customs code, we will adopt the secondary legislation, but the biggest challenge will be related to the IT systems. You are all aware of challenges that we may face with, but Ukrainian customs service is very advanced in terms of technology, and our IT system has to be simply ready for this transitional period. In terms of the secondary legislation, well, it's the 19th of April today. It's 19th of March today, but on the 19th of April, the transitional periods will be over. Maybe we will need some deferrals, we'll need some time for some additional time for registration, but I think we will cope. All the rest, other issues related to authorization of customs brokers can provoke some concerns, some issues with the parliament. If there are any questions, I am ready to answer them on behalf of the Minister of Finance, and I'm sure that the colleagues from the Customs Service are actively working on finalization of the draft customs code. We are planning to start the official procedure of approval in March. Hopefully, in the end of April, the draft will be submitted to the Parliament, and afterwards, of course, we will accompany the procedure of adoption at all stages. Thank you. Over to Vladislav. Thank you, Alexander. Am I right in my understanding that all companies that already work under simplified procedure, that were granted the status of AEO, will be technically re-registered. So the new registration numbers will be attributed to them, but they won't have to undergo the repeated screening. Well, what do we have in fact? We, let's say, monitor a company, and we know that the company does not commit any violations. Everything is okay with this company. And then, according to the EU rules, we'll have to make a decision on granting this company an authorization under the European legislation. If everything has been verified, then the customs service can make a decision on granting the AEO status. And this company should receive the EORI code, which will be a unified code for everyone operating in the European system. Thus, the company will receive the European registration. This means that the company has to get this EURI code, and it will be re-registered smoothly without repeated screening. Dear colleagues, please keep this in mind. If you have already undergone all the registration procedures, you won't have to experience them again.
Які виклики основні ви бачите для державних інституцій на
What are the main challenges for the state authorities when it comes to the implementation of the new customs code?
Це здатність
First of all,
державних органів. Ми повинні забезпечити здатність
public authorities shall ensure capacity of the state customs service to be able to implement all the provisions. It depends on the Ministry of Finance. This is the timely preparation of the regulatory acts. But of course, the key point here is that customs officials shall be properly trained and shall be ready. And on the other hand, our economic operators shall be aware of the new rules and be able to use new software products. So the main challenge here is to ensure proper training of the state customs service and other bodies who are involved in the border control, for them to be able to apply new rules. Thank you, Alexander. For all who are present here today, I'd like to share a secret. Alexander was one of the developers of the current code, Customs Code of Ukraine. And I know that there are different opinions about the current customs code, but I worked with this custom code for 5 years as a declarant, and I can say that this document is not that bad, and in some parts it is rather progressive, and I hope that the new customs code will be even better than the current customs code and will be applied by business. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you, Vladislav. We have a lot of people here who were involved in the development of 2 codes already. So we have the whole team of people here. And I'm talking to you about like a project manager. Well then, now I would like to give floor to our online guest. This is Kastidis. Are you with us?
Hello, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hello. Good afternoon, dear Kasitis. Nice to meet you. Thank you for joining us to this forum. It's a great honor and representative for DJ Taksud to take part on our event. It's very appreciated. And as I said on the first session, we have a very good level of cooperation with DJ Taksud, and we I want just to ask you opinion of DG TechSoup concerning draft custom code that we sent last year and that was evaluated by DG TechSoup, by expert of DG TechSoup. What is your opinion? And please share it with us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Suvorov for organizing this platform and inviting us to this event. And let me thank also our colleagues from the State Customs Service. And
I'm sorry, Kastytis, the sound is very bad. Can you make it better?
Yeah, I will try.
Not so much. It's still very bad.
What? And about now? Still?
Okay, let's try.
Okay, I will try to speak louder. So yes, good afternoon all, and indeed it's great pleasure to attend this event with the colleagues. And I wanted, first of all, I wanted to say thank for the State Customs Service and the Minister of Finance of Ukraine for excellent cooperation and progress in the field of customs. This also includes collaboration and consultation with the European Commission services in preparation of the draft legislation, specifically the preparation of the draft of the new customs code of Ukraine. As our director has already emphasized in the morning session, it's important to adopt it as quickly as possible the new customs code in alignment with the UCC Union Customs Code, accompanied by broad stakeholder consultation. We hope that the new code will be adopted before summer holiday. Of course, we understand the timeline is quite challenging, but our experts are available for consultations and are ready to assist in the legislative procedure in the Verkhovna Rada. After legislation, another important area is customs IT systems. Ukraine must develop the digital customs systems necessary for the implementation of the new legislation in customs domain, while also ensuring the necessary budgetary and human resources for this task. It's also important for Ukraine to further strengthen the administrative capacity of the State Customs Service, ensuring its effective functioning. What I just mentioned are very important conditions for Ukraine to join the EU and meet the requirements of the EU set out in Chapter 29, Customs Union. In short, the conditions for new membership in the area of customs and taxation are as follows. First, full legislative and procedural alignment with the EU customs and tax acquis. Second, adequate capacity to implement and enforce the EU tax and customs legislation and cooperate with other member states and the Commission. This includes the capacity to collect customs duties contributing to the EU budget. And third, condition availability of IT systems to support the implementation of the EU tax and customs acquis and exchange information with other member states and the Commission. I would like to highlight that Ukraine as a candidate country must make significant progress in each of these areas before concluding accession negotiation on customs chapter. And this process will be monitored by the EU through so-called closing benchmarks, which set out the progress that Ukraine needs to achieve for each chapter of the EU acquis. And the closing benchmarks for Chapter 29 will be presented to Ukrainian authorities and explained in detail during the explanatory session next week. In conclusion, I would like to encourage authorities to continue their work and make rapid progress in implementing the tasks necessary for Ukraine's integration into the EU. And our experts stand ready to continue to provide assistance in drafting legislation, developing digital customs system, and implementing capacity building measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Kastytis, for your comprehensive response for our questions. And I just would like to clarify what further step concerning evaluation of customs legislation should we wait from European Commission? I mean, I hope we will submit a draft custom code to Parliament in the middle of the April. Then I hope it will be adopted in 2026 in first reading. And then it will be some changes in as probably as as it usually is in Ukraine. Before first and second reading, we have a lot of proposal from members of the parliament to the text of custom code. And then finally, Verkhovna Rada will adopt it hopefully in second reading, and then will be the law. Will European Commission again evaluate new text of custom code adopted in second reading?
Thank you, Vlad. Can I ask this question to my colleague also, who is attending this session very late? Please.
I thank you, Kastitis, and I hope you hear me. Sorry, thank you, Kastitis. Now it's better probably, and I hope you hear me very far away in Kiev, and let me know if you don't hear me. I would like to add maybe a few aspects to this question because, of course, there is. I mean, we are very. I think the draft and the amendments of the customs legislation are very timely done, but obviously this will not be the end of it, as you have mentioned, Mr. Suvorov. This text will probably. Will be amended, will contain some amendment, and will, at the end of the day, not be fully in line with the UCC yet. As was mentioned already this morning by my director, also, the Union Customs Code itself is undergoing a review. So we will also need to see how this internal review of the EU customs legislation impacts then also the future alignment that has to be done. But as mentioned by my director this morning, obviously we will have detailed consultations and information sessions with Ukraine Customs Service the moment that the text is stable and when we will be able to see the real impact. Also, I think what is important for the whole process is to ensure the continuity, of course, always the business continuity of all the changes in view of EU accession, considering that at the moment of EU accession, it will be the Union Customs Code that will be applicable in Ukraine and not anymore the National Customs Code. So we will have to look at all the steps that are made in order to achieve this alignment step by step. So we will need to look at it step by step, what needs to be done with the purpose of also ensuring the continuity of the business, the continuity of authorization, what also was mentioned by Mr. Moskalenko just before. Thank you.
Thank you, Virli. Thank you, Kastytis. Thank you for joining us today to our forum. It's a great honor to see you and hear you, and I hope see you soon in Brussels. And now I want to go to our our speaker. It's Vitanis, and it's a great friend of Ukraine. He helped us with NCTS phase 4, and then he helped us with NCTS phase 5, and now he are helping us with NCTS phase 6. So it's very good, and we appreciate for support of you for PPM project, of CPMA, and for you personally. And in scope of our today's meeting, it's AEO and NCTS new custom code. Please, I know you have a presentation. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much for opportunity to participate in this custom platform today. Just I would like to try to show my presentation, the first slide, but probably it doesn't. Oh, okay, it works. So if you agree, firstly, let's talk about the EU approach on the role of the customs. Until recently, the role of the customs consisted of the collecting customs duties and indirect taxes and import. On the other hand, the facilitation of legitimate trade requires simple and standard customs procedures and processes. We already discussed today about authorized economic operators. The use of information and communication technologies has become a key element in ensuring trade facilitation and, at the same time, the effectiveness of customs controls. We talked about the new computerized transit system, NCTS, today as well. So these changing conditions and requirements have transformed the role of the customs authorities, giving them a leading role within the supply chain of international trade and making them a catalyst for national and business competitiveness. So it's the main reason why we talk to business today. Okay. But the new customs code is just the first step. This is the list of the systems shared by DigiTaxud. As you probably know, DigiTaxud shared with the Minister of Finance and the State Customs Service the official letter providing guidance for the development of mandatory digital customs systems required for the implementation of EU customs legislation, of a Customs Code, Delegated Act, and Implementing Act. Only one system, new computerized transit system, has been developed and successfully passed conformance testing with DigiTaxud and is fully compliant with the UCC requirements. According to the experience of the EU member states, the scope of work is extensive. For example, the development of the new functionality of the automated export system, it's the third system of the list, no, second system. Development of the new functionality of the automated export system and functionality of centralized clearance for import took more than 2 years, requiring additional resources. For this reason, most EU member states use outsourcing, most EU member states use services of IT companies. Some of the systems require conformance testing with the DigiTaxud, for example. Conformance testing of the same automated export system demands more than 1 year. This roadmap shows the target phases. Firstly, adoption of the new Customs Code of Ukraine based on the Union Customs Code, and we expect completion of this task by the end of August 2026. I'm an optimist. Secondly, development of the related secondary legislation based on the regulations issued by the EU Commission. We believe in completion of this task by the second half of 2027. And finally, development of the new core UCC customs declaration, clearance, and risk management systems according to the new UCC-based Customs Code of Ukraine. So we have 3 phases, and it sounds like the 3 musketeers. If those 3 musketeers are ready by the end of 2027, the new UCC-based Customs Code of Ukraine will come into force by the end of 2027. This means that you can start trial operation of the core IT systems at the national level and be ready for pre-conformance and conformance testing with the DigiTaxud before EU accession. Probably that's it at the moment. just let confirm that EU4PFM is ready to support all those activities.
Дякую. Thank you, Vitanis, for this comprehensive presentation of work that should be done in IT. We fully understand that IT is crucial for EU accession for us, for custom perspective. There are different approach in different countries of European Union. It's outsourcing, it's a self-made IT system like in Germany. So now with the Ministry of Finance, let's say on our way how to combine these two approach in better way. And from me, I just want to ask you one question so that we fully understand that subject of EU Commission examination of Ukraine readiness to become a part of custom union will not limit it only with the legislation or IT system for it. Commission will also examine capacity and capabilities of the State Customs Service of Ukraine for proper implementation of legal basis and protect single market from customs offenses. What could you recommend Ukraine to increase this capacity?
Capacity building of the Ukrainian State Customs Service is very important. EU member states expect to have a reliable partner. EU4PFM supports activities in human resources, anti-corruption, and other areas. I would like to pay your attention on the customs investigation power. The European Commission has issued guidance and recommendations for candidate countries. According to the EU customs blueprints, the aim is to develop an effective and efficient customs service capable of detecting, preventing, and investigating fraud and preparing cases for the prosecutions of offenders. What did EU enlargement report say about Ukraine in this area? The answer is following. It is important that the customs authority is granted with adequate enforcement powers and has the capacity to be directly engaged in intelligence gathering activities and contribute to pre-trial investigation in cases of smuggling of goods. I'm from Lithuania. Lithuanian customs has criminal intelligence and criminal investigation power. It works efficient in both areas, in fighting with smuggling and in fighting with corruption as well.
Thank you so much for this answer, because it's something that we like to build in Ukraine customs, and I think everyone knows regarding a national revenue strategy till 2030, and national revenue strategy also indicate measures concerning empower of the State Customs Service of Ukraine with investigative power, and I hope in nearest future we will Ukraine will fulfill this measure. So thank you very much, Vitanis, for your intervention. And now I would like to invite our guest from online. Dear Sharunas, are you with us?
Yes, hope you can see and hear me.
Yeah, we see you and we hear you. So you are international expert of EU4PFM project, and you help us a lot of time when we're trying to understand how certain provision of Union Custom Codes should we've implemented on practice. You are very in very details answer to our questions. So thank you very much for the support, and you help us with the text of the new custom code. And I know also that you have a presentation. So the floor is yours, dear Sharunas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stovorov. It's a great honor, a pleasure to me to speak at this very important and interesting event. And now, can you see my slides?
We see it. It's okay.
Okay, yes. So first slide, I think I can skip because the colleagues already explained these steps which should follow the adoption of the new customs code of Ukraine. And we can go to the next slide, please. As you already know, very soon we will have the new Union Customs Code adopted, and its application will start. Some of the provisions will be applied very soon, some provisions later, but definitely Ukraine will accede to the EU when that code will be applied. And that's important that the development of Ukrainian customs legislation will continue, and for that it's necessary to monitor very closely all developments related to the implementation of the EU customs reform. So I mean legal developments, IT developments, organizational developments, because as you know, we will have the EU Customs Authority, and knowing what is going on in the EU, to plan and implement national measures to maintain high level of alignment of Ukrainian customs legislation with the EU acquis, and that is very important to ensure it until the very last moment, because that would allow your businesses and customs officials to switch to the new legal framework very smoothly. It's also important to plan IT developments and organizational measures necessary to be prepared for the direct application of the acquis from the date of accession, and also raising awareness among the trade and general public related to the EU customs reform and its implementation, because as you know, preparation for the EU membership is like a chasing of running train. What we have now will change. It is also, I think, important to use possible forms of cooperation between the Ukrainian Customs Authority with the EU Customs Authority, which will start its operation rather soon. Next slide, please. Vytenis already spoke about the capacity building, which is very important. And as regards the powers of enforcement, I would say that it's really important to ensure that the customs authority has all necessary powers, because otherwise the cooperation with the customs authorities of the EU member states would be rather complicated, because the customs service then would have to pass some activities or some requests to other authorities, and other authorities are not always well familiar with the customs legislation and customs business, and that would decrease the level of efficiency. It's, I think, also important to take into account that capacity building measures require sufficient time and funding to implement, so these measures shall be planned and implemented well in advance of the start date of enforcement of these provisions. I can say that in Lithuania, last years before the EU membership were very productive because we could achieve many tasks which were difficult in the beginning, and so we received all necessary powers for investigation, for carrying out pre-trial investigations, and also to operate mobile teams of the customs authorities, which are also very important because internal borders have to be controlled as well, but not in traditional manner like you are doing today. And that's why it's very important to have these powers to apply mobile controls. Next slide, please. Then EU membership negotiations. As you know, there are other countries which already negotiating EU membership, and I think that it's important for Ukrainian colleagues to follow these negotiations, to collect information about these negotiations in order to adjust Ukrainian negotiation position to identify most important derogations, specific and transitional measures which might be necessary because of the situation in Ukraine. And these measures which are indicated in the draft new customs code, I would say that these transitional measures are fake transitional measures because these measures will be applied until the day of accession, but real transitional measures are those which are applied starting from the date of accession and allows the new EU member state to apply for a certain period of time some specific derogations, maybe specific duty reliefs or other measures which are important for the acceding country. Next slide, please. Then development of national customs legislation which will be applied after the accession to the EU. That is also important and time-consuming process because first you have to define your legal architecture, how your national legislation will look after the accession to the EU, when the EU customs legislation will be applied directly and only some measures will be applied on the national basis. So you will have to replace the customs code, which will be adopted, I hope, this year, with a new customs law, which will be hopefully much smaller than the code which is discussed today. And a lot of national legal acts which are duplicating the customs union acquis will have to be repealed. All international agreements of Ukraine which are duplicating the EU acquis or agreements concluded between the EU and third countries will also have to be denounced. Next slide, please. Okay, so that was all what I wanted to say, and if you have questions, I'm ready to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, dear Sharunas, for such comprehensive presentation of further steps that should be done from Ukrainian side. I have just one question to you. We know that you already work in Lithuanian customs for many years before EU accession, and you should remember challenges that Lithuanian custom face with the first year after accession to European Union. And what were these challenges and obstacles, and what changes we in Ukraine should be prepared for, on your mind?
Yes, there were many challenges, and I think that the most difficult was the application or interoperability with the EU IT system. Together with Lithuania, other nine countries joined the EU, and the workload of central EU system increased so significantly that there were breakdowns or interruptions of these systems, and only after several days the work gradually was, how to say, normalized. And of course, these challenges were very important to adjust to the application of IT systems which are applied in the EU. And now, as you know, there are much more systems to be used after the accession, and you should be prepared for that these difficulties can arise. Another issue was, of course, preparation for the direct application of the EU legislation, and I think that you should also try to ensure high quality of translation of the EU customs legislation, which will be applied directly, because otherwise, if the quality will be bad, it would be very difficult to apply these legal acts directly. Training, of course, is also very important. Now, remote and remote training and other possibilities can be used. At that time, when we joined the EU, normally we had live seminars, trainings, and of course we had to carry out a lot of training activities, and it was difficult because at the same time we had to work with the legal acts, with IT systems, and of course last year it was extremely difficult, but we managed, and I'm sure that the Ukrainian colleagues will manage as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your answer, dear Sharunas. We have a lot of work in future after submitting draft of the custom code to the parliament. Expect a lot of working group and a lot of debates concerning certain provision of this draft law, and we very hope and rely on your support and your expertise. Thank you so much, Sharunas. І тепер я хотів би перейти до нашого наступного спікеру.
Thank you very much, Narodens. And now let me switch to our next speaker, the jewel of our final session. This is Mr. Tana. Mr. Tana, you are the head of the working group representing the civil society. Mr. Moskalenko, the representative Minister of Finance, have already mentioned today that there were nearly 60 meetings of the working groups. Please let us know what were the main conclusions drawn upon those meetings. What was positive, what was challenging, and what has to be fixed. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Happy to welcome you, Mr. Vladislav, and all other partners, representatives of business and civil society present at the Customs platform today. First and foremost, I'd like to say that personally, I work today in the European Parliament. I'm in Brussels now, so I'm streaming from Brussels, and here I can directly witness the legislative process within the walls of the European Parliament. Regarding the customs code, it's the first time, I think, when the civil society and business were engaged in the development process from the very beginning. So we worked on this huge legal act we started this work even before it was submitted to the parliament, and of course before it was adopted. This is an unprecedented achievement. I think that such an approach proved to be very efficient. Our working group was set up by an order of the government, and our function was to hold the respective consultations. 15 representatives of sectoral business associations and some federations were invited to participate in this working group. We had representatives of the American Commerce Chamber, for instance, and there were also representatives of the Ministry of Finance and some individual customs experts. During the kickoff meeting, we tried to understand what it means to hold consultations. Does it mean to propose amendments to the body of the draft, or maybe something else was implied? And during this first meeting, they agreed that we, as representatives of Ukrainian business and Ukrainian society, will be the users of this text, and we have to study this text. If we have any questions, we should ask them. We have to compare this text with the Union Customs Code and the respective implementation regulations. I will say immediately that this draft embodies not only Regulation 952, but also other implementation regulations 2447, 2446, 1186, 608, and so on. Part of them has already been implemented in our customs code. For instance, the majority of provisions regarding the intellectual property.
За кожним розділом закріплюється куратор від робочої групи.
So we've decided that there will be a responsible person from the working group covering a specific chapter, and 3 times a week we've had meetings since October, and since the assessment mission from our European partners provided their conclusion after the new year, we continued our work till the last week. As for the structure of our section 3, title 3 and 9, this is fully in line with the UCC. Some of the titles are the parts which can be regulated at the national level. This is Title 14, the responsibility for the violation of customs rules, Title 15, customs bodies, etc. So I will briefly cover the novelties in these titles. Generally, I'd like to say that we've submitted a lot of proposals. Some of them have been taken into consideration. Others that were defined as those that can be left aside. They will be the final meeting of the working group, and we will just provide our opinion about customs evaluation to preserve the balance. And we've had a lot of meetings covering this title, customs evaluation. I would like to thank Anton Melnik, representative of the American Chamber of Commerce of Ukraine, for great moderation and offering a lot of ideas for legislative activities, and would like to thank representatives of the State Customs Service, in particular Svetlana Yufti, who also helped us a lot, and would like to thank Alexander Moskalenko from the Ministry of Finance for helping us to find this balance and to preserve the provisions which are not directly represented by the UCC, but that are in line with our international commitments. For example, WTO agreements. As for the titles which are related to the national legislation, the main novelty of Title 14, this is responsibility for violation of customs rules. This is the investigative powers provided to the State Customs Service, and it also mentions the institution of detectives as for the National Anti-Corruption Bureau. As for the titles, for the status of the customs of officials, this is the possibility for pretrial investigation for the goods which are suspected of smuggling. So this covers several articles of the criminal code, and for this, the special investigative party will be established as a part of the State Customs Service. I'd like to say that while working on the new customs code, we understood that a lot of provisions cannot come into force without amendments to other parts of legislation, like the tax code, criminal code, because there shall be amendment the criminal and procedure code when it comes about smuggling, and the proceedings shall be defined, and also labor legislation, because there are other approaches to taxation. For example, when the person travels from one EU member state to another as a part of the business trip. The migration legislation, it even covers the status of resident and non-resident. So we have a lot still to do. The customs code cannot be applied separately from other legislative acts. So all our legislation shall be aligned with the EU acquis. This is a brief overview, and perhaps if you have some more specific questions, I will gladly answer them. Thank you. Thank you for your work as a part of the working group, and we are the representatives of the State Customs Service. The Ministry of Finance reconsidered some of the provisions as a result of public discussions. Now we understand how they shall be amendment to be applicable in practice. And I have one question to you, Tatiana, and this is similar to the question to Alexander, but perhaps you haven't heard it. But when it comes about new customs code, what are the main challenges for the business you see in this process? Can you see in this process? And of course, when the text will be submitted to the parliament, our discussion will be brought to that level, and of course we can expect some amendments at that stage. But when it comes to the text that was developed as a part of our activities and the remarks and comments of the EU mission, to be honest, from political point of view, there will be no dramatic changes. Why is it so? Because I believe that around 85% of legal institutions have already been implemented. For example, authorization to get simplifications, NCTS. Then, for example, the right to be heard. All these things that were rather painful in the past have already been introduced, and we see the increasing number of AEOs that you already discussed today in particular. So there will be no dramatic changes to the text, but a lot depends on several things. In every title of the Customs Code, and we need to not to forget about this, even in some chapters, there are several articles. These are the executive powers of the Cabinet of Ministers and the executive powers of the Ministry of Finance, just to implement a specific chapter. So, what is our tradition? So that if there is some authorization, there shall be some order or procedure defined by the Cabinet of Ministers. But this will not be the case in the new code. So it is just mentioned that authorizations are granted. And then there is an article about executive powers that envisages that the Cabinet of Ministers, for example, shall issue some regulatory acts. That's why the successful implementation of this code will depend on the speed and quality of the adoption of different acts, for example, by the ministry. And when it comes to systems, of course, this is a two-lane road. So this is the interoperability, this is the harmonization of IT systems with the EU systems by the State Customs Service, and also the readiness of the business to be harmonized with the EU IT systems. For example, this electronic office shall be somehow changed. And of course, we should not forget about training. And here I am talking about training not only for our economic operators, but also for our officials. And a lot will depend on how State Customs Service and the Ministry of Finance will organize such training sessions both for economic operators and customs officers. And of course, we need to have enough time for business community and customs officials to be ready for the application of the customs code. One more thing, which is rather difficult for us, this is such definitions as reasonable periods, justified, grounded doubts. And for us, these are not that clear definitions because we are more precise in our legal formulations. That's why the implementation will depend on bad or good governance. So on how it will be, for example, implemented by customs bodies. And here a lot depends on the position of the Ministry of Finance and on the changes of the philosophy of perception of these norms by those who will execute them, in particular those involved in customs affairs. And I'd like to mention one more thing here that we should take into consideration, especially when it comes to the customs evaluation. The European legislative spirit defines not only UCC delegated and implementation acts, but also the decisions and rulings of the European Court of Justice, as well as guidelines and relevant compendiums. Before we become the fully fledged members of the EU, the decisions of the European Court of Justice won't be obligatory for our customs bodies. Compendiums and guidelines are also of recommendational nature. So we need to understand this and to openly say about this to our economic operators that these provisions are not implemented in our new customs code. That's why we will need to take a step back from these dry formulations of the EU, but also to explain the different provisions, like with the customs evaluation, for example, when we explain what is meant by the well-grounded doubt, and we have the possibility to ask additional documents. Even in the EU, this wording, this formulation exists at the level of the European Court of Justice practice, so it is not included in the legislation. But we need to take in account this Soviet heritage about the clearly defined provisions. We have decided to include these kind of footnotes to define the key notions for the customs evaluation at the level of the customs code. Thank you. Generally, I can fully agree with you. But the question about incorporation of guides was a separate question during the screening, and the European Commission clearly stated that the guides could not be incorporated into the customs legislation, either at the level of the law or bylaws. But in any case, we still have a lot of work to do together, and I am sure that your working group will continue its activities at the parliamentary level. I would like to wish you success, and this will be joint work with the Ministry of Finance, the State Customs Service of Ukraine, and our international partners. Thank you very much for finding opportunity to join us today. And dear colleagues, I'd like to sum up our discussion and this Euro integration process that we are undergoing at the moment. has been covered once again. That was the mini Euro integration, how I call it. This is when we had the monitoring mission about the compliance with the Common Transit Convention. Back then, the mission analyzed several key aspects, namely legislation, IT solutions, which are applied, and whether it's in line with the tested European environment. Back then it was the NCTS, the preparedness of customs officers to use the rules and the readiness of business to do the same. So we can scale up this on the customs Euro integration in general, and we will get the same messages that we've heard today from all our distinguished participants of the fourth panel. So the first one, it's legal level. This is the new customs code that we should adopt, and here I can agree with Tatiana Ostrikova that we need to develop high-quality bylaws for the implementation of this customs code. The second element, IT systems, covered by Vitanis today, that shall be finalized to make them to ensure their interoperability with the EU IT systems. And the third element, this is the institutional capacity of the State Customs Service to be able to implement the customs legislation, to enforce the customs legislation, and it will be also at the whole EU level, and to protect from the violations. And when it comes to this institutional capacity and enhancement and build-up, we have an ongoing reform, HR reform, reattestation or recertification that will follow the selection of the new head of our service. So this is HR component, and the second component, which was mentioned both by Vitanis and Sharon today, this is this investigative powers and the possibility to have pretrial investigation when it comes to smuggling of goods. Apart from the fact that this is an opinion of the experts, these are also clear recommendations of the European Commission following the screening of Chapter 29. This is the enlargement report for 2024, and these are all official documents of the European Commission. These are also recommendations of the IMF and WCO. This is not only internal opinion of the State Customs Service, so this is also our task. And here I'd like to offer to finalize, to complete our fourth panel. Thank you very much for your participation. And now I'd like to offer you to get to final words. And here on the stage, we have all organizers and co-organizers of today's event. And first, I'd like to give floor to the representative of the Ministry of Finance, and then to Mr. Alishauskas, and we'll see what we'll have next. Thank you, Vladislav, for the given floor. And I was listening to the quality and quantity of bylaws about IT, and I'm also was thinking about the deadlines that we have for the political part. And today we already discussed that sometimes we do what we are afraid to do. So this is just our way forward. And we can speak about some postponed activities, but when it comes to the customs area, the customs service shall be ready from the first day after accession of Ukraine to the EU. When it comes to political opinions, we have different assessments. The speeded up accession in 2027 and 2030 was also is also mentioned. But we can do that everything possible for the Ukrainian customs service and Ukrainian economic operators to be ready. From some specific year. This is a very difficult task, taking into account the amount of work that we've discussed today. And but this is our mission, and as any public authority, we will not succeed without our economic operators, without business. And I would like to thank all of you for the path that we've already covered as a part of the current customs code, because we've proved with your activities and you proved with your actions that Ukraine is able to work and to act in the framework of the EU acquis. When it comes about statuses, certificates, and now we call this authorizations for AEOs, authorizations for simplifications, just confirms the capacity of Ukraine as a state
показувати, що Україна може працювати
to demonstrate that Ukraine can use the rules of the civilized world, the rules of the EU. And we know that we can do marvelous things for 1 year, for example, to join the convention. But we should understand that there are huge efforts of a lot of people that stand behind these things. These are our public authorities, our economic operators. I'd like to say that actually every day you confirm the capacity of Ukraine to become an EU member state, to be a country who should take this place. And I would also like to thank the armed forces of Ukraine that make it possible for us to get together in such premises and to continue our work.
сказати, що професійна команда, яка зібрала
And I'd like to say that the professional team that we have now in the Ministry of Finance, in the State Customs Service, the expert community, the business community, this is our golden fund that makes it possible to develop the new customs code. And we can also work with our economic operators as with our partners. I would like to thank the working group. We have the members of the working group who are present here today, and I'd like to thank Tatiana Ostrikova, who is the head of this working group. And I would like to thank you for this work. So this was a work of partners. Sometimes there were disputes, sometimes there were discussions, but it was important for us to understand how we can implement all these elements at the legislative level and not to lose our achievements, to preserve our progress. So I can say that we continue our way forward, we continue working on the customs code, we continue training, we continue learning, we remain open, and I hope that the activities of the working group of different associations and platforms will do everything possible for easier implementation of the new legislation. Thank you.
If you agree, to conclude, I would like to stress these points. Trusted traders should benefit from simplified procedures and further controls, but the key goal is mutual recognition with the EU, so that simplifications granted in one country are recognized in another. The experience with the NCTS should be extended to the development of EU-compliant IT systems based on the UCC-aligned legislation, with the systematic use of project management tools throughout the process. And you're right, the new customs code is the only first step. It must be followed by secondary legislation, and the third step must be implementation of related new IT systems. The capacity building is very important as well. But let me confirm that EU4PFM is ready to support the key activities related with the EU membership. Thank you.
Дякуємо, Вітяніс. І наостанок
Thank you, Vitanis.
Думаю, що всі приєднаються. Хочу подякувати організаторам.
And now I would like to thank the hosts
flawless organization of this event. It's been really comfortable and pleasant. We did not experience any technical issues. Many thanks to everyone. Thank you to interpreters who helped us to understand each other as well. And during today's forum, we noticed that both AEO and the NCTS are effective tools which are widely spread as of now. And many thanks to everyone who contributed to the development of those programs, because indeed the application of those tools is a big step towards the EU. Also, many thanks to our dear participants who attended the meeting in person. We managed to meet face-to-face. Thank you very much also to online participants, and many thanks to EU for PFM project for your support of the event. Thank you, the Minister of Finance, for co-hosting this event. And now it's time for networking. Thank you for being very active. Thank you, Vladislav.